Hello there, and welcome to the Night Owl, a show that we do twice a week where we discuss all the latest in pop culture news, gaming news, TV and movie reviews, and, especially towards the elections that we have now. While we're not the most political people, it is important to kind of look at the landscape of what's going on, especially when it comes to the mainstream media and how things are covered. And I think that is something that interests us and sort of is in our wheelhouse in terms of a lot of times observing and calling out how the mainstream media it doesn't always present things in the most honest way. We feel it a lot in entertainment. I think that when we see it spill over to this world of how a lot of media covers these elections, I think that it becomes relevant to me at least. If you know what I'm saying. As with me, as usual, I have Professor R2 here with us, and my co-host. How's it going,
Yeah.
Professor?
Beep boop. Hello. Yes. We have opinions. Yeah. Welcome to show 69. Nice.
69. Yeah, that's a good show. Who doesn't like 69?
Oh, yeah.
In any case, whew,
Yeah. Ooh.
I guess there's so much. There's actually a lot to discuss today. I don't know if you noticed.
There's there's a lot of different things going on out there. Especially, a lot of people talking about everything going on with Kamala Harris and her campaign and the interview with Fox News and woof. Yeah,
Well,
lots to talk about.
I think that the reason why the interview with Fox News was sort of relevant, and why a lot of people are talking about it, is that I don't remember the last time that there's coverage on something in the media that it's as if people are living on two different planets. Some people look at that interview and think that she didn't do a good job. And then if you look at the more mainstream media outlets, you can find articles from seemingly quote unquote reputable publications that will swear that this is the best thing that ever happened. And first of all, personally, I have to give my opinion here. I don't think that she did well in the interview.
No, no, I don't think it went well at all. Uh,
No.
there's yeah, there's I mean, good grief! If you looked at the at social media today, yesterday, and today, uh, after that interview, there are some wild takes. I would say almost delusional level takes on that interview. I don't know how people conceive that can perceive what happened in that interview as a win for Kamala Harris.
I don't know. I don't see it either. I don't understand why they think it's a win, but sorry for the different shifts here. I'm
Nope.
fixing something technical. But no, I don't see how they can consider it a win. I'll tell you this. When we had the debate with Donald Trump, I told you that in my opinion, she managed to press his buttons. And in a way that was I told you that I didn't think she had a lot of substance in what she said, but I recognized that her plan was to sort of annoy him, and she managed to do it. And I told you flat out, she wanted to annoy him, and she did it. So it's
Mhm.
not like I'm not capable of pointing out something that I think maybe she did. I don't know if to call it good, but something that she wanted to do, and she did it. In this case, when her goal was to show that she's not afraid to do interviews and she's going to Fox News and she's happy to sit down and have the interview, it didn't feel that way. She seemed like she was very uncomfortable in this interview. She seemed like she was stressed. And behind the scenes, we were hearing that she came late, and her parents, her her handlers wanted her to leave early. They basically, it's almost like they didn't want to do this, and everybody was stressed around her, and she was stressed. And sometimes you have an interview that's not a good interview. It's okay to say that. You could say, well, this didn't go well. Trump got his criticism after that second that's whatever you want to call it
Yep.
debate with her. I think that criticism here is legitimate. It's not a matter of who you like and don't like. If you're being honest and you look at it, I don't see a way where you can look at it and say that it's a spectacular interview. Really.
Yeah, I like you said, some of the takes, some of the articles that came out about, oh, she strayed into enemy territory and took the shots that she could take and weathered the interview professionally and showed why she should be president. I was just, uh-huh, what? I
I
don't I don't get it. She came into that interview and on the very first question, she wouldn't answer. She just dodged. She wanted to talk about something else. She wanted to frame it her own way. And I'm amazed that people could look at this and say, "Oh, she won. Oh, she took control." Like that's not your job in an interview. Yeah,
no,
that's
it's
not what you're there for. You're there for that journalist to ask you questions and for you to answer them with candor, to answer them, and show that you can take those questions, no matter how hostile or how tough they might be, and explain why you deserve someone's vote.
well,
Why you deserve to be in that position, right? It's
Tex Rogers says, but was it a loss? Did she hurt herself? And then Midnight's Edge After Dark. I like his answer, and I'm gonna actually send him a DM in a second.
yeah.
I like his
Sounds like
answer.
Tom has things to
Right, he
say.
said, "I think this may have just lost her the campaign," and I tend to agree with Tom. I'm gonna send him an invite to see if he's it's late, and I
Sure.
know he's busy. He's working on videos, so I know that it's, it's pending if he can do it or not. But obviously, we'd always love to have him here. So I'm going to send him an invite now.
Yeah, I mean, I
And
was stunned looking at some of the responses, some of the takes on social media on a few different platforms I looked at, seeing what people were saying. And I was amazed by some of the people who were looking at this and saying, gosh, what was one of them saying? Oh, if you saw that interview last night, you saw why this will be the 47th president of the United States.
Tom, if you're still here, then I just sent you
Oh,
something. If you have a chance to look at it, I DM'd you. And yeah, basically, I saw your DM and I answered your DM. Yeah, I was already on it before you even
yeah.
said it. I just didn't
So
know if you were awake. Oh, here. I think Tom's joining us. I will probably do the thing where okay, I got this. We're already experts at this.
Where are you going?
Well, I'm trying to make
yeah.
room for so that we're not
Looks
sniffing.
like you're sniffing my butt.
Right, we don't want to do like
No, 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 no. We don't want
we don't want
that.
to do like a
No,
Biden at the
no,
White
no,
House thing.
yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So we have
Well,
Tom
whenever
from
Tom gets
Midnight's
here,
Edge. Yeah,
I
all
like
we
we're ready for him. Um,
Can I look
so
it
yeah,
through?
she started out almost immediately dodging questions and trying instead to just rattle off one talking point after another. This was all she did. All she talked about was Trump, 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 Trump. That's all she would say. That's all she would talk about. That's all she would address. It, later in the interview, hey, people are saying, 70+% people are saying that we're on the wrong track, and she says, "Well, Donald Trump was running for office." What?
right, and the guy even that Brett Bear is like, he was not in office. You were in office,
Yeah,
but and she's like, you know what I mean, and
you
he's
know
like,
what I mean.
no, he's
No,
like,
I
I don't
actually
know.
don't. I actually don't know what you mean.
Yeah, that
What
was
are you
great.
trying to
That was the
say?
moment she
'Cause,
lost control, right?
so what? He was running
Are we
for
gonna
office. That he was not in office for the last 3.5 years. He has not held office. You literally started out in a position where you had control of Congress and the presidency. Why didn't you pass this? Why didn't you do all of these things that you said you wanted to do? And it's just like zoom, just right over her head. Like And then oh well, they're trying to get us out of here. They're trying to, people are waving at me. We need to, we got a hard exit, whatever. And then afterwards, he wasn't saying, Brett Baer was saying it wasn't the people in the studio. That it wasn't Fox saying, "Hey, we've got a commercial break," or whatever. No, it was her.
Can you guys hear me?
Her
I can hear you now. You were on mute for a second, but now I think I can
did I drop out for a sec? Sorry.
No, Tom was on mute, but now I can hear him.
No, I've tried saying things and it just, I don't know if anybody can hear me or what.
Now I can hear you. Now I can't.
Hear me?
I'm not hearing Tom.
Really? Wait.
That's what I was wondering, because I was talking and then he just talking.
No.
Just kept talking and I'm
not.
Wait, can you hear him or?
No, I can't even see him in the studio.
Can people hear me or not?
That is so strange.
Here, let me. You talk to Tom. I'll drop out for a second.
All right, drop out and come back. That is the strangest.
I don't know. It doesn't look like I'm in the actual studio. I don't know.
Why? I can see you in the studio.
Can they hear me out there?
Wait. Okay, that's an important question.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I'm dark on my end, kind of .
Everybody in the chat, can you hear Tom? Because I added your picture. Can you see the picture?
Oh yeah, I can see the picture, but
okay, Empress and M can hear Tom.
Okay, so they can hear me. Okay, so it must be him then. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I was oh, yeah.
Right. No, because you were saying something and he was saying, and I'm like, this is so weird. We're not a million people, so it was I started thinking to myself, and then you suddenly were on mute. But hopefully, it's all going to work out now. Professor, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
That was so bizarre.
I could hear you.
You're talking to Tom, and I'm like, what?
That was crazy.
I couldn't even see him.
So Tom, you weigh in now because I think you had some stuff that you wanted to get off your chest.
I was curious, are we going to watch it? Or are we just going to
We can. Where do we
it's on it was from Fox. I mean, I'm sure the whole thing's out there. I mean, I got it on my Twitter, but
yeah, I was going to say it's definitely in Twitter.
Is it on your profile?
Yeah, I got to scroll down a bit, but I just got blocked by Scott Derrickson. So I pissed him off.
What'd you do this time?
Oh, he called everybody incels, so
yeah. That word is
woke turd.
That word has lost all meaning now.
Pretty much.
I can scroll down on your thing.
Yeah, I'm looking for it now.
You have the full thing?
Yeah, it's 26 minutes.
Okay, I think I found it.
Did you? Okay.
Oh no, I found Trump dancing. Okay. Okay, now I found I found the thing. Hopefully they won't. I mean, listen, if I need to clip it later, I will. But hopefully,
I don't want to. That's why I wasn't sure if you're going to show it or not. But I mean, it's a lot easier just kind of go through it, because she doesn't. I don't think she answers one single question. And like you were saying, R2, she kept saying, "Well, you know what I mean," and he's like, "No, I don't know what you mean."
What? It was so.
And the word coming out is that she felt railroaded.
Thank you. It's good to be with you.
So, yeah.
Could you hear now? Could you hear the audio?
Yeah, I can hear it. Yep.
Voters tell pollsters all over the country and here in Pennsylvania that immigration is one of the key issues that they're looking at this election, and specifically the influx of illegal immigrants from more than 150 countries. How many illegal immigrants would you estimate your administration has released into the country over the last 3.5 years?
Well, I'm glad you raised the issue of immigration, because I agree with you. It is a topic of discussion that people want to rightly have. And you know what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but do you just a number? Do you think it's 1 million, 3 million?
Brett, let's just get to the point. Okay.
He was trying to get to the point.
That we
you know what I'm going to talk about right now, and it's not what you want me to talk about.
Right. He's like, he wanted her to get to the point. He's like,
yeah, he just asked for a number. Yeah.
That needs to be repaired.
Can you give me a number between 1 and 10? And she's like, look, this is a conversation we all want to have, and we need to have.
You know what? I think that these are some techniques. It may sound weird, but I feel like these are Obama techniques where.
Well, not just that, she's acting like a politician and she's failing horribly.
But that's the thing. What I'm trying to say is that Obama specializes. You give him a question, he wastes a few seconds thinking maybe about what he's going to deliver, and then he just gives you some fancy talk, and then maybe half an answer. He knows how to do that. Whether you like Obama or not, I feel like he knows how to do that
A
politician
real
thing.
politician knows how to do the suave thing. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
Give you a non-answer, basically.
Yeah, and you change your little you start with a little transition. That's such an important issue. I know that so many people are concerned about this, whatever, and then you just pivot into your talking points, and you never actually answer the question. This has been done for years. Yeah,
I would argue that in addition to maybe all the favorable media coverage, 8 years Obama managed to skate based on this idea that he could just talk his way out of things. But she doesn't have that gift. You may like or not like Obama, and the policy is a completely different thing. But being suave and like wasting time and just giving answers and spinning.
Obama was like basically like like Lando Calrissian. That's how smooth he is.
Right. I mean, he knew how to play this game. So if you put him in an interview, he'd spin to here, he'd spin to there, give some answer. It may not mean anything, but it sure will sound good. She's trying to do that, and I don't think that she has the gift to do it.
Homeland Security Secretary said that 85% of apprehensions.
I'm not finished. We have
It's a
an
rough
immigration
estimate of
system
6 million people
that
have been
needs to be-
released into the country. And let me just finish. I'll get to the question. I promise you.
I was beginning to answer.
And when you came into office, your administration immediately reversed a number of Trump border policies. Most significantly, the policy that required illegal immigrants to be detained through deportation, either in the U.S. or in Mexico. And you switched that policy. They were released from custody awaiting trial. So instead, included in those were a large number of single men, adult men, who went on to commit heinous crimes. So looking back, do you regret the decision to terminate Remain in Mexico at the beginning of your administration?
At the beginning of our administration, within practically hours of taking the oath, the first bill that we offered Congress, before we worked on infrastructure, before the Inflation Reduction Act, before the Chips and Science Act, before the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first bill, practically within hours of taking the oath, was a bill to fix our immigration system.
Yes, ma'am. It was called the U.S. Citizenship Act of 2021. It was essentially a pathway to citizenship for the. Yes, ma'am.
May I finish responding, please?
But
you have to let me finish.
You had the
please.
White House and the House and the Senate,
I'm
and
in
they
the
didn't bring
middle
up
of
that bill.
responding to the point you're raising.
Okay.
This is not a good look for her. She seems like so combative, and I don't think that this guy is being over the top with her. He's asking a few questions that are maybe not easy questions, but I don't think that they require such combative answering.
Yeah, they're fairly substantive questions. Yeah, like, hey, why didn't you do something about this? What do you regret making these changes? Or your administration having made these changes, when you had the chance, and then suddenly we have this huge influx, of people coming across the border, and, there's been a lot of problems caused by that. Do you have any regrets? No, non-answer. Just, can I finish? Can I finish?
She's even given the opportunity to kind of throw Biden under the bus a lot of times.
Oh yeah.
Right.
She doesn't
Because
even
that's the
take
thing.
it.
I can't even understand why she hasn't pivoted on that yet. Look, because at this point you'd think I'm serious, because you'd think her people, like, look, if I was her publicist, doesn't matter how I feel about her personally. My job is to make her look good. That'd be where I'd like, look, you're not winning on Trump. You need to fucking shut the fuck up about Trump. In fact, every time you talk about him, you're basically just giving him a free advertisement. What you should be doing is pointing out how you're going to do things differently than when Biden was in office, because you were only vice president then. You notice that's the only thing she keeps trying to do. She keeps trying to put this. She even says it like, she's like, we put in place a lot of important policies that I was a part of, or made a lot of important decisions that I was a big part of. It's like, bitch, that is not something I would take any credit for right now. I'd be like, I was vice president. I had a lot of different ideas and choices, and things were made that were beyond me. Then you can get into the things that she did have something to do with, certain tie-breaking votes, shit like that. Great. Then the rest of it you say is, look, I'm proud of what I was able to accomplish when I was vice president, but there's a lot of things I wouldn't have done the same way. And here's what I would do differently. Boom. That's how you handle this shit. Instead, she is fucking ignoring the thing over here that she should be fucking paying attention to and going over here and basically every point that she gained on that debate with Trump, she lost ×3 in this fucking interview. And they're boasting the whole thing. There's like 7.1 million viewers. Woo! I'm like, that is not the win you think it is, folks. That means 7.1 million people saw how much of a fucking idiot she is and how much TDS she has and how she can't even fucking answer a simple, straight question. Yes or no? What's the number? What's your plan? What are you going to do? What about the last 4 years when every single answer is Trump, 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 Trump. You know what I mean. No, I don't, bitch. Because you have been in charge for 4 years. In fact, you're trying to take more credit than you actually did do. At this point, I wouldn't be taking any credit for this shit. I'd be like, look, Biden fucked up, y'all.
maybe
why
her
I'm
best,
here.
Maybe her best bet was to say, like you're saying, just say, the vice president only does so much. At the end, the president makes these decisions. Part of the reason that I want to be president now is things that I wanted to do during the Biden era that I couldn't do. Now I'll finally be able to do them. Now, do I think that's true? Not really, but that's at least like what you're saying, Tom. That's the right approach to have. Try to say Biden is the past. I couldn't do the things I wanted.
We took it this far, but I'd like to take it farther. That's another way of throwing your your previous under the bus without sounding like a complete asshole.
Yeah,
I agree with you. And the fact that like 2 minutes into this interview that she was basically 15 minutes late for, she's already, let me finish. Wait, everybody, you're going to let me finish. I need to answer this question. It's like, what are you talking about? He asked her if
she had pre-set up answers to these fucking questions. That's why.
Okay. And I'd like to finish.
Yeah.
We recognized from day one that to the point of this being your first question, it is a priority for us as a nation and for the American people. And our focus has been on fixing a problem. And from day one, then, we have done a number of things, including
to exacerbate
address
that
our
problem.
asylum system and put more resources, getting more judges, what we needed to do to tighten up penalties and increase penalties for illegal crossings, what we needed to do to deal with points of entry between border entry points. That's the work we did. And we worked on supporting what was a bipartisan effort, including some of the most conservative members of the United States Congress, to actually strengthen the border. That border bill would have put 1,500 more border agents at the border, which is why I believe the Border Patrol agents supported the bill. It would have allowed us to stem the flow of fentanyl coming into the United States, which is a scourge affecting people of every background, every geographic location in our country, killing people. It would have allowed us to put more resources into prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, which I have done as the former attorney general of a border state.
Madam Vice President, a couple of things.
Prosecuted trafficking
That's like
of
one of
drugs.
like 3 or 4 times she takes credit for shit.
Yeah. So this particular bill, there's a very good reason why this didn't go anywhere, even in a completely Democratic-controlled Congress. And that is because one of the main things that this did was it would establish a path to citizenship for all undocumented immigrants. Anybody walks across the border, they could have a path to citizenship. It also would have changed all statutes held by the federal government to not name anyone as an alien. They would simply be named as a non-citizen. It's gross.
I agree. I think that I think that her handling of all this situation wasn't good. The other thing is that she was supposed to be the border czar, but then she's not the border czar. That's another thing that, on one hand, they wanted to sell that she was in charge, and then now is she supposed to throw Biden under the bus and say that she wasn't in charge? How does she really get out of that?
Yeah, it's so weird. Yeah, she's like, oh, I was instrumental in everything the Biden administration did. I was in the room when these things happened. But and also
we need change.
And also, I'm going to be a new generation of leadership. But when asked what she would do differently from Biden in the past 3.5 years, she said, nothing comes to mind.
Exactly, yeah.
I'm not going to be Biden, but I wouldn't change anything he did. Okay,
guns
sure.
and human beings. And
Six
Donald Trump,
Democrats-
but let me just finish.
6
And
Democrats
Donald
voted
Trump
against that bill.
learned about that bill and told them to kill it because he preferred to run on a problem instead of fixing a problem. And in this election, this is rightly a discussion
That's what, the second time now
that
she's
the
blamed Donald
American
Trump?
people want to have. And what they want are solutions, and they want a president of the United States who's not playing political games with the issue,
I hear you.
but actually is focused on fixing
6
it.
Democrats voted against that bill. It would have allowed 1.8 million illegal immigrants into the country a year. A lot of conservatives had a problem with it. These are the 6 Democrats. But more importantly, back to the original premise, Jocelyn Nungari, Rachel Morin, Laken Riley, they are young women who were brutally assaulted and killed by some of the men who were released at the beginning of the administration, well before a negotiated
Now imagine if they were
bipartisan bill.
black.
Former President Clinton actually referred to Laken Riley Sunday campaigning for you in Georgia, saying if those men had been properly vetted, Laken Riley probably would not have been killed. So if it wouldn't have happened, this is well before any negotiation. This is well before Donald Trump got involved in the politics. This is a specific policy decision by your administration to release these men into the country. So what I'm saying to you, do you owe
Brett,
those
One of their
families
daughters. That's
I
it.
think-
I
An
hate
apology.
saying it, but
Let
yeah.
me just say, first of all, those are tragic cases. There's no question about that. There's no question about that. And I can't imagine the pain that the families of those victims have experienced for a loss that should not have occurred. So that is true. It is also true that if a border security had actually been passed 9 months ago, it would be 9 months that we would have had more border agents at the border, more support for the folks who are working around the clock trying
The
to
fuck
hold
is
it
she
all
even
together
saying?
Madam Vice President.
to ensure that no future
9 months ago
harm
from when?
would occur.
Yeah.
And this election in 20 days will determine whether we have a president of the United States who actually cares more about fixing a problem, even if it is not to their political advantage in an election, because there was a solution, Brett.
Madam Vice President, it was a policy decision in the early part of your administration. I will let one of the mothers talk about it. Take a listen.
Because of the Biden-Harris administration open border policies catch and release, they were enrolled in the Alternatives to Detention program. This meant that they were released into the United States. It was not even a full 3 weeks later that they would take my daughter, Jocelyn Nungari's life. I believe the Biden-Harris administration open border policies are responsible for the death of my daughter.
That's the early days. So do you owe them an apology is what
I
I'm
will
saying.
tell you that I am so sorry for her loss. I'm so sorry for her loss. Sincerely.
Can you pause this just a second?
But let's talk about.
I don't know that much about her family. I do know the name just because of it's all over the news. But just judging by that mother's slight accent there, I'm going to take a wild shot in the dark, and I'm going to guess that she's about a generation or so removed from immigrating herself.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't imagine what she probably tried to leave, or what her parents tried to leave for her safety, for her daughter just to have the same thing fucking follow her here, probably. Now, I don't know that for sure. I'm going out on a limb and speculating here.
It's possible.
But you get where I'm coming from?
I get where you're coming from. I also want to say another thing, and I know I've said it before, but even the thing that she's like, folks were telling me this, the way she said that was as if like Obama fed her that kind of speak himself. That was exactly the way he would answer questions. Again, he knows how to play this game and she doesn't, but some of the buzzwords that she uses seem very similar to his playbook.
She tries to mimic him, but it doesn't work.
Right. So maybe she just watched videos of him and she's like, if I pretend to be this, it'll work. Everything that she's doing, I can feel like she's doing an Obama impression, but she, like I said, Obama, you may like him or not like him. This was his specialty. Let him sit and just talk his way out of things. That's like his thing. She's not able to do it. I don't think, at least.
No.
What is happening right now with an individual who does not want to participate in solutions? Let's talk about that as well. Brett, in all fairness, I told you, I feel awful for what she and her family have experienced.
It's like arguing
During
with
that
a
time,
fucking
you said
ex-wife.
repeatedly that the border
I feel awful, but I accept no responsibility.
Right. She said it. She said it twice. She's like, "Oh, what they must be going through. It's so terrible." And he's like, "Do you apologize? It's terrible what they're going through." It's like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm real sorry that, that these people may have died from people who were allowed across the border due to policies of our administration, but that's not really my fault because reasons.
Was secure. When in your mind did it start becoming a crisis?
I think we've had a broken immigration system transcending, by the way, Donald Trump's administration even before. Let's all be honest about that.
So what? The 8 years of Obama? What's she getting at?
I have no pride in saying that this is a perfect immigration system. I've been clear. I think we all are.
This is weird, right? Oh, don't they think this? You think that? We all think. We all know. This is all just weird rhetoric, in my opinion.
It needs to be fixed. We need more. I was just down at the border talking with border agents, and they will tell you, and I'm sure I know you investigate and you are a serious journalist. They will tell you, we need more judges. We need to process those cases faster. We need the support for those cases that should be prosecuted. They need more resources, and Congress ultimately is the only place that's going to get fixed, Brett.
Well,
that's how this system works.
That's the premise of this question.
But
There were
that's how the
90
system
plus
works.
executive orders that were rescinded in the first days. Many of those were Trump border policies. I'm not going to stay here because there's other things to talk about, but you frequently talk to the Border Patrol Union for support of that bipartisan bill, and they did. They supported it. But they also just endorsed Donald Trump and said, you've been, quote, a failure with border security. Why do you think they said that?
I think they're frustrated, and I get it. They want support. They want support, and that's what that border security bill would have done. These guys down at the border, these men and women, they're working hard. They're working around the clock. I get it.
Yeah. But you had another 3 years after that bill disappeared for your administration to work across the aisle and with people in your own party to create a new solution that was acceptable. But you didn't do it.
Yeah, I agree.
You had 3 years since then that you could have done something. That is what government, that is what politics is about. It's about making compromises. You have to work together and say, maybe we can't get 100% of the way. We can't get everything we want, but we work with people on this side of the aisle. We work with people on this side of the aisle, and we find something that's going to help people. It's going to help make things better. Maybe it's not 100% of the way, but it gets us a little way there. It helps some people. It gets some of this done. And they didn't do that. They're too ideologically locked in. They cannot accept making some sort of compromise with the other side because they have characterized the other side. They've characterized Republicans as evil. You cannot compromise with evil. And so now they have locked themselves in a corner where they can no longer govern.
I also want to say that half of what she's saying is true in the sense that, yes, immigration has been a problem for many years, and it's before Trump, maybe even before Obama. But I think that with all of that being said, during the few years that she was there and they said she was the border czar, or it's Biden or whatever you want to call it, I think that these are new levels. The problem reaches new heights.
Oh, we're
beyond
absolutely
anything.
New heights.
Yeah.
And not only that, we're getting to the point where they've changed how they report things just to try and make shit look better for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely.
There's a lot of people that look back at
hold
what
on
you
just a
said in 2019.
Before you get started, I want to point out over on YouTube, we have 5 gifted memberships from Blade Nicotera. Thank you, Blade Nicotera. That's awesome.
Thank you very much. That's very, very kind of you. We appreciate that. And I guess
team when you first ran for president. And there have been changes, and you've talked about some of them. When it comes to immigration, you supported allowing immigrants in the country illegally to apply for driver's license, to qualify for free tuition at universities, to be enrolled in free health care. Do you still support those things?
Listen, that was 5 years ago, and I'm very clear that I will follow the law. I have made that statement over and over again, and as Vice President of the United States, that's exactly what I've done, not to mention before.
if that's the case, you chose a running mate, Tim Walz, governor of Minnesota, who signed those very things into state law. So do you support that?
We are very clear, and I am very clear, as is Tim Walz, that we must support and enforce federal law, and that is exactly what we will do.
So decriminalizing border crossings, like you said in 2019.
I do not believe in decriminalizing border crossings, and I've not done that as vice president. I will not do that as president.
So these are evolutions that you've had.
But let's be very clear. I'm the only person who's running for president who has prosecuted transnational criminal organizations, from the Sinaloa cartel to the Guadalajara cartel to people who have trafficked in guns, drugs, and human beings. I have spent a significant part of my career.
You mean a bunch of the cartels that we basically worked with for
who
years?
Present a threat to the safety of the American people.
Then we turned on them?
And cross our border with the intent of doing us harm, and cross our border illegally. And I will do that work as vice president. I take that work quite seriously.
This is a time when voters, especially
jailed and killed them all just to cover up y'all's crimes. Yeah, those guys, sure.
I mean, on one hand, it's
Sorry,
weird
did I say
because
that out loud.
that's your opinion, of course. You're speculating. Nobody knows for sure. But
Am I though? I've seen Narcos.
well, it does happen on Narcos, that's for sure, on the TV show. What was I going to say? That
Sorry, I did not mean to disrupt your thought there, but no,
not at all. What was I going to say? That she sort of flip-flops. On one hand, when it's something she wants to brush off, she's like, I wasn't here, it was 9 months ago, it was Trump, I couldn't make I don't know. And then other moments is like, I personally put all those people away, I'm the one that did this and this. It's like 2 seconds ago you wouldn't take responsibility for anything, now you're like Mrs. Responsibility. So that also kind of, that flip-flopping seems weird to me.
especially here in Pennsylvania,
it's like an inconsistent tone of answering
commercials and
questions.
ads. They just want it to stop because it's every commercial. But many of them add noise, but a few of them seem to break through. This particular one from the Trump campaign has gotten a lot of attention.
Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners. Every transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
So are you still in support of using taxpayer dollars to help prison inmates or detained illegal aliens to transition to another gender?
I will follow the law, and it's a law that Donald Trump actually followed. You're probably familiar with, now it's a public report, that under Donald Trump's administration, these surgeries were available on a medical necessity basis to people in the federal prison system.
What
and
do
I
you
think,
consider
frankly,
a medical
that ad
necessity?
from the Trump campaign is a little bit of like throwing, stones when you're living in a glass house.
The Trump aides say that he never advocated for that prison policy and no gender transition surgeries
you know what, you got to
happened
take
during
responsible for what
his
happened in your
presidency.
administration.
Yeah, no surgeries happened in this presidency.
It's in
So
black and white.
would you still advocate for using taxpayer dollars for gender reassignment
I will
surgery?
follow
Doesn't it
the law.
seem that he has the
I
fucking-
You have a
think
say
Donald
in
Trump would
this.
say
That
he
she
did.
gets
You
fucking
would
checked on her facts there a little bit in real time, huh?
Why does she keep bringing up Trump? She's the one that said that she wanted the transgender surgery. That's what she said.
And then, again, when it suits her purposes, she wants to say, well, that's the same thing Donald Trump did. So she can say, well, you can't blame me for that because Donald Trump did the same thing. But then she'll frequently then turn it and then say, well, no, but see, we're better than Trump. So it's like, okay, I'm the same. I did the same things as Trump when it's convenient, but when it's not, he's the bad guy. It's just so bizarre. And then saying, oh, you'd have to take responsibility for those things that happened in your administration, except when it's me. I don't have to take responsibility for anything that happened in our administration.
Have a say as president.
Like I said, I think he spent $20 million on those ads trying to create a sense of fear in the voters because he actually has no plan in this election that is about focusing on the needs of the American people. Whereas at $20 million on that ad, on an issue that, as it relates to the biggest issues that affect the American people, It's really quite remote. And again, his policy was no different. Look at where we are, though.
They say
On
it was
plans for
different,
the
but let's-
American
we'll move
people,
on.
I'm offering a plan to deal with affordable housing. I'm offering a plan to deal with what we need to do to strengthen small businesses, which are the backbone of America's economy. I am offering a plan that is about taking care of young parents and giving them the support they need. My plans for the economy will strengthen the economy, as have been reviewed by 16 Nobel laureates, Goldman Sachs, Moody's, and recently the Wall Street Journal, which have all studied our plans and have indicated my plans for our economy would strengthen our economy, his would make them weaker,
Why do you
would
think more
ignite
people say-
inflation and invite a recession by the middle of next year. Those are the facts.
Why do you think more people say they trust him on the
I'm willing to
economy
take
than they
those
trust you?
chances.
I think that
Mhm.
when you look at an analysis of our plans for what we would do as president of the United States, it has been clear to those who study and understand how economic policy works that moving forward, because I do believe the American people are ready to turn the page on the divisiveness and the type of rhetoric that has come out of Donald Trump. People are ready to chart a new way forward, and they want a president who has a plan for the future and a plan that is sound and will strengthen our country. My plan for the economy does exactly that. His
Yeah,
plan
no, it
would be
doesn't.
again
That's
to give
okay.
tax cuts to billionaires
Yeah.
and the biggest corporations in our country and blow up our deficit.
It's interesting you
No,
said
you're going to blow up the deficit by all of these handouts that you're planning to do as part of your policy to create an opportunity economy. How many times can she say that? Literally everything she talks about with her economic policies are handouts. I'll give you money for this. I'll give you money for that. I'll give you money for this. I'll give you tax breaks, or I'll give you not tax breaks, but I'll give you tax refunds for this stuff. So you got to give us the money first, then we'll give it back to you. All of these things, it's insane. Oh, we're going to give you $25,000 for first-time homeowners. You know what's going to happen? Housing prices are going to go up because now everybody knows that there's $25,000 out there that they can just take. And that their buyers have available to them, especially if they're first-time home buyers. You're going to give all these tax credits and all this stuff, whatever. Okay, well, that's going to help this really small margin of people. It's fascinating, And yes, I did study economics and business. Yeah.
turn the page, Madam Vice President. You were asked on 2 different shows last week what, if anything, you would do differently than President Biden. Here's what you said.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
Under a Harris administration, what would the major changes be and what would stay the same?
Sure. Well, I mean, I'm obviously not Joe Biden.
I know.
And so that would be one change. In terms of, but also, I think it's important to say with, 28 days to go, I'm not Donald Trump.
So you're not Joe Biden, you're not Donald Trump, but nothing comes to mind that you would do differently?
Let me be very clear. My presidency will not be a continuation of Joe Biden's presidency.
Oh,
and like every new president that comes in to office, I will bring my life experiences, my professional experiences, and fresh and new ideas. I represent a new generation of leadership. I, for example, am someone who has not spent the majority of my career in Washington, D.C. I invite ideas, whether it be from the Republicans who are supporting me, who were just on stage with me minutes ago, and the business sector, and others who can contribute to the decisions that I make about, for example, my plan for increasing the supply of housing in America and bringing down the cost of housing, addressing the issue of small businesses, which is about working with the private sector to bring more capital and access to capital.
What about all those free houses and apartments you just gave to all the illegal immigrants?
Yeah, also, it sounds very nice when she says it, but there's not a lot of substance. I always feel that a lot of...
Of course not.
There's not a lot of substance to things she says. That's my personal opinion.
Small business leaders, including my plan for a $25,000 down payment assistance for first-time home buyers and for small businesses, extending the tax deduction from $5,000 to $50,000.
We've heard a lot about those plans in recent days. Your campaign slogan is a new way forward, and it's time to turn the page. You've been vice president for 3.5 years. So what are you turning the page from?
Well, first of all, turning the page from the last decade in which we've been burdened with the kind of rhetoric coming from Donald Trump that has been designed and implemented to divide our country and have Americans literally point fingers at each other. Rhetoric and an approach to leadership that suggests that the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down instead of what we all know. The strength of leadership is based on who you lift up. The strength of an American president, which is one who understands that the vast majority of us have more in common than what separates us.
Madam Vice President, more than 70% of people
that is about turning the page on rhetoric that people are frankly exhausted of, Brett.
More than 70% of people tell the country is on the wrong track. They say the country is on the wrong track. If it's on the wrong track, that track follows 3.5 years of you being vice president and President Biden being president. That is what they're saying, 79% of them. Why are they saying that? If you're turning the page, you've been in office for 3.5 years.
Stupid or retarded.
And Donald Trump has been running for office.
But you've been the person holding the office.
And the inappropriate laughter.
I love that. That's the moment she lost it right there.
Yep.
Yes.
Right there. That's the moment she lost it.
You and I both know what I'm talking about.
She ran out of things
what I'm
that she had
talking about
memorized.
is that over the last decade,
But
people
you're the
have
lever of
become.
power.
But
Well, not just that.
listen,
He wasn't-
over the last decade, it is clear to me, and certainly the Republicans who are on stage with me, the former chief of staff to the president, Donald Trump, former defense secretaries, national security advisor, and his vice president. One, that he is unfit to serve, that he is unstable, that he is dangerous, and that people are exhausted with someone who professes to be a leader who spends full time demeaning and engaging in personal grievances and it being about him instead of the American people. People are tired of that.
If that's the case, why is half the country supporting him? Why is he beating you in a lot of swing states? Why, if he's as bad as you say, that half of this country is now supporting this person who could be the 47th president of the United States? Why is that happening?
This is an election for president of the United States. It's not supposed to be easy.
I know, but
it's not supposed to be. It is not supposed to be a cakewalk.
So are they misguided, the 50%? Are they stupid?
That's like she's trying to convince herself at this point.
People. And in fact, if you listen to Donald Trump, if you watch any of his rallies, he's the one who tends to demean and belittle and diminish the American people. He's the one who talks about an enemy within, an enemy within, talking about the American people.
This is what
suggesting he would turn the American military on the American people.
We asked that question to the former president today. Harris Faulkner had a town hall, and this is how he responded.
I heard about that. They were saying I was like threatening. I'm not threatening anybody. They're the ones doing the threatening. They do phony investigations. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. He was the greatest gangster. No, it's true. We've got to think of it. It's called weaponization of government. It's a terrible thing.
So,
Brett, I'm sorry, and with all due respect, that clip was not what he has been saying about the enemy within that he has repeated when he's speaking about the American people. That's not what you just showed.
He was asked about that specifically.
He's not talking about the American people. He's talking about y'all.
That was the question that we asked him.
He didn't show that, and here's the bottom line. He has repeated it many times, and you and I both know that. And you and I both know that he has talked about turning the American military on the American people. He has talked about going after people who are engaged in peaceful protest. He has talked about locking people up because they disagree with him. This is a democracy.
Mostly peaceful protest.
And in a democracy, the president of the United States, in the United States of America,
we don't live in a democracy,
should be willing to be able to handle criticism without saying he'd lock people up for doing it. And this is what is at stake, which is why you have someone like the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff saying what Mark Milley has said about Donald Trump being a threat to the United States of America.
He's quoted in the Bob Woodward book that way, yes. Let me ask you this, Madam Vice President. You call Donald Trump.
The significance of that.
You call Donald Trump He's misguided.
She is
You
so
say
trying
now
for
He's
her fucking
unstable.
viral moment. Like
He
you
is
said.
unstable,
no.
Brett.
he's not
Yeah.
He didn't really give her much viral moments. I think
No,
that
but that's
he had
what
a
he
lot more.
said, and I don't know if you caught it or not, but I think you brought it up before, R2, about like he had said this was all last minute. They came in an hour fucking late. He's like, well, we're gonna record this live, so like it's just gonna get played live. We're not gonna have time to edit or anything like that because the show started like an hour after they were supposed to show up, and they didn't show up until the show started or whatever. And he's like, what else did he say it? He kept saying she kept pushing back like she was clearly going for some viral moment.
Yeah,
And she may have gotten it, but I don't know. Yeah.
She all the way over, and probably why she was late. They were sitting there practicing exactly what things she was going to say and exactly how she was going to say them and exactly what ways she would, get out all of those same talking points that she's been working on for ages, right? And so that's it. All of this was just rote. All of this was just memorized gobbledygook, word salad that she had prepared to spew when she got on the air, regardless of whatever the questions were.
And I'm sorry, but if I was, again, one of her people, knowing she's going on Fox News, I would have had her super prepared. I'd have had her there early. And again, I would have pushed the idea that I said before, don't go blaming Trump for everything and kind of lean into the idea that you're going to be a different presidency than Biden.
I'll be honest. I don't think she has that gear.
No, she doesn't. She has no idea what she's doing. She is so out of her element. Like Price has been right from the start that, she's just trying to mimic Obama. She can't do it. She doesn't have the suaveness that he has to be able to say, just to kind of basically, you ask a yes or no question and 5 minutes later, you forgot what that question was because he's giving you the perfect political answer. Like if there was ever like a picture of a politician in an encyclopedia, it was replaced by Barack Obama.
Oh yeah.
I think everybody realized that after the fact, even those who were probably big fans of his. Hell, I voted for him twice too. And then hear all the shit afterwards and the stuff you find out. And you're like, oh God, we got bamboozled by a fucking politician. God, imagine that.
and you still get called a racist, Tom.
No shit.
No, I mean, like I said, I'm always wary of politicians in general, and I was wary of him when he was, in office and all that stuff. But I recognize when somebody has a good quality. Sometimes the fact that a guy can come out and on a podium and speak to the American people and then do it and sound all, serious and be able to be kind of charismatic, that's not a bad quality to have for a politician. However you feel about politicians. Yeah, he had what he needed. He did whatever he did. This lady here, she's not able to pull that off. She could either have her own style, which she doesn't, or she could be as good as him, which she's not. And I think that's the problem.
And there's another part of this too. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I mean, people aren't stupid. Sometimes people may not understand why they feel a certain way, but their instinct tells them that the person is not a good fit. And I feel like she kind of has that, at least to me, in my opinion.
Well, I think what the American people want is kind of the same thing I'm looking for in my leaders. Like I'm like you, like I'm very leery about any politician. I don't trust any politician. In fact, they're not out to help us. They may work for us, but they sure as hell ain't out to help us. Right. No. At the end of the day, they're out to help their own self-serving needs. But that being said, the reason why I voted for Obama before was because I thought, oh, this kid's young. They haven't got to him yet. Boy, was I wrong. But he was able to sell that to us. Right. And the reason why I'm rooting for Trump now, and that's what I'm planning on voting for. I mean, that's nobody's business, but I'll say it. I don't give a shit because I've completely left the left because they left me. Right. But at this point, it's because of that main reason. Even before, the big thing that really kind of clinched it was the day he got shot. And the way he acted that day told me more about him than anything he has said or done in the last 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, his entire life, to be honest. So that was the moment I'm like, yes, for sure, I'm voting for him. But before that, the reason I was leaning into it was mainly because I'm like, look, and I kept saying this to my folks and anybody else who, opposed this idea, is like, you ever stop to wonder why both sides don't want him? They're both the same piece of paper, just two different sides. He, on the other hand, does not fit with what they want.
He
won't
can't be
jive with-
controlled.
Exactly. And to me, that's what I like. And that's what I finally, it clicked with me, what most people saw in him. Because I was I never had TDS, but I was like a lot of people going, how can you even take this guy seriously? Right? Because all I could see was the quasi, I wouldn't call him a failed billionaire, but I knew he was never been that successful at business outside of selling himself. Right? Like he was always his biggest asset. So to me, he's basically what I would consider just this former billionaire turned reality star, basically, a reality host. That was what he was to me in my mind. And I never really took him all that seriously. I just kind of figured he was just one of those guys that, it just so happened to be that everything was so good in the 80s that even somebody who is, in my perception, as dumb as Donald Trump could pull that off. But now, after seeing him and listening to him for a while and knowing how he talks and being able to interpret him and seeing the way he's acted ever since being shot at a couple times now, it's like this guy is really, if he's not being honest with me, then he is definitely one of the best actors I've ever seen. And I don't think he's that good of an actor because I've seen Home Alone too.
No. He's I think a lot of people.
I got a chuckle there.
No, I mean, the thing is, though, the one thing I'll say about him is that there's an element of a bit of a loose cannon. And I mean,
and I don't mind that. Do I think he's going to be all that's what they're trying to sell, though, is, he's going to be loose cannon. He's going to push the button. No, he's not.
No, I'm not saying loose cannon and push the button.
No,
but
I know what you mean. But
yeah, I mean, it's something that's difficult to ignore. Even in his first, term, I would say that a lot of times I think he did things or made decisions that were actually good, but they were covered in so much of him maybe talking more than he should, tweeting more than he should, doing drama more than he should.
Oh, I totally agree. And that's kind of where it came around too on him. Is like I finally realized, look, he may talk a lot. He's playing he's been in this mode for years. Right? Like this is what he's done. He's basically played the same game every one of these quasi celebrity slash influencers slash whatever type of people are who aren't exactly actors, but they're on TV or something. You know what I mean? Like he's been playing that game for so long that it's kind of hard to get out of that mode. But like what I kept trying to tell my folks and other people and stuff when I finally kind of started seeing what he was really about and what I kind of started seeing, and that was that, look, the guy's really sincere at the end of the day. He does like to be liked. He may talk a lot of shit. But you know what? The sad part is once I got past a lot of the other shit that people like put on this guy, I started seeing a lot more of myself in him. It's like, yeah, we all talk a little smack here and there. We all talk a lot of talk. But when it comes down to it, I can say certain things about certain people. But when I get to know somebody or get to, it's a little different when you can actually talk to somebody and see what they're really like. And I can imagine him being all blustery and whatever out in the public eye, but you get the guy behind closed doors, one-on-one or a couple people onto one. You know what I mean? Like he's definitely not going to be that way.
Yeah.
He's
a businessman.
He's
exactly. Part of it is a character.
Yeah. He, as someone, Mur Rockstro said in the chat on YouTube, you have to listen to and take Trump figuratively, not literally. That's almost exactly what I was going to say. He actually sees himself actually as kind of a comedian. I think a lot of what he says is tongue in cheek. It's meant to be kind of a joke when he says things, and people will hear what he's saying and take it.
You know what he's doing?
Literally.
He's doing Reagan, but he's just not Reagan. And this is his downfall. Because you know what Reagan was? He could throw those one-liners out there and everybody go, oh, Ronnie.
You know what? I recently
go again.
I recently saw something. It was like Johnny Carson. I think I told you this, Professor, that it was recommended to me or something. And I saw on YouTube like Johnny Carson interviewing Ronald Reagan. I think right before he announced that he was running for president, and they were talking a bit of politics. And man, that guy had a certain demeanor and way that he talked that was so kind of. You could tell he was a really serious man, and Trump is very different in his demeanor. He can't do that thing. Whatever Reagan was doing, he can't do it.
That's my point. right? Reagan could get out there and he could say about the Democrats.
He was good, though, even by today's standard.
Exactly.
You think, so much time has passed. If you saw that thing with Johnny Carson, you'd be impressed with Reagan right now, I think.
Oh, yeah, until he started losing his faculties. He was probably
Yes.
one of the best charismatic presidents we had. Like, I remember his one speech, he flat out was saying, and of course, I've seen it a few times for obvious reasons when you hear it. He's like, when you start looking at the opposition, they try to pretend it's Leave It to Beaver when it's really more like Nightmare on Elm Street. That's basically the same shit Trump is doing.
Yeah.
He
he's
can't get
trying
away
to
with
be
it, though,
funny.
because he's not Reagan.
Right.
Because Reagan had that gee golly shucks 1950s kind of thing going for him that Trump, he's on the other hand been seen as this braggadocious, brash reality star with the "you're fired," and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, you were about to say something. Sorry, R2. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, that's just it. He sees himself. He sees himself as more charismatic than he really is. I think he sees himself as being this humorist, and I think sometimes he's in on the joke that maybe he's not as funny as he actually is, and other times I'm convinced he's certain he's the funniest person in the room. And some people, they get it. They can work with that, and they understand when he's being a little tongue-in-cheek and when he's actually trying to be serious. But then
I
of
think
course,
a lot of the
you
times
get,
when he's serious, I think that's when he makes me laugh.
Well, I sent you something that was funny as shit, Price, in DMs when we get done with this here, because I know we're almost done with this.
Yeah, we're almost done. Let's see what they say.
Well, you say he's mentally not stable.
He's not stable.
Let me ask you this. You told
we
many
should all be
interviewers
concerned.
that
He's
Joe
getting drunk
Biden
like
was
you
on
are.
his game, that ran around circles on his staff. When did you first notice that President Biden's mental faculties appeared diminished?
Joe Biden, I have watched
not attend
him
this
from
one.
the Oval Office to the Situation Room, and he has the judgment and the experience to do exactly what he has done in making very important decisions on behalf of the American people.
There were no concerns raised?
Brett, Joe Biden is not on the ballot.
I understand.
And
but,
Donald Trump
but you
is,
talked about it.
And Donald Trump
after George
is,
Clooney said
and
within a
if
few
you
minutes of
watch
talking to President
Donald
Biden
Trump,
at a fundraiser that he thought this
Brett,
was not the same
Brett,
Joe Biden that we saw on the debate
Donald
stage.
Trump is on the ballot.
I understand. You met with him at least once a week for 3.5 years. You didn't have any concerns?
I think the American people have a concern about Donald Trump, which is why the people who know him best, including leaders of our national security community, have all spoken out. Even people who worked for him in the Oval Office, worked with him in the Situation Room, and have said he is unfit and dangerous and should never be president of the United States again, including his former vice president, which is why the job was open for him to choose another running mate. So that is a fact. That is a fact.
Madam Vice President, two more things. You were asked on 60 Minutes about the biggest threat that the world faces, that the U.S. faces. This is what you said.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands, okay? This attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
A number of experts thought you would say China. The FBI director had said that. But you said Iran. If that's the case, what do you say to critics who look at the actions of your administration and say you're not acting like Iran is the number one threat?
Well, I will tell you most recently, whether it was in April or in October, in the several hours on each occasion that Iran posed a threat to Israel, I was there. Most recently in the Situation Room, in the most recent attack, working with the heads of our military in doing what America must always do, to defend and to support Israel in its requirement to defend itself, and to give American support to be able to allow Israel to have the resources to defend itself against attack, including from Iran and Iran's terrorist proxies in the region.
Right.
And that
But those
is,
proxies were getting
and
funded
my
by Iran.
commitment to that is unyielding and unwavering.
Critics just say that you either relaxed or failed to enforce sanctions on Iran, allowing all of this money to flow into Iran, like billions.
Let's go back to
oil
Donald
profits.
Trump, who pulled out of a deal that would have actually put
But here are
Iran in check.
the estimates
and then
in billions
it was during Donald Trump's
that go
administration
towards
that
the Iran regime.
that we had an American military base that was attacked, where American soldiers suffered traumatic brain injuries, and Donald Trump dismissed them as headaches, not to mention
Madam
how
Vice
Donald
President,
Trump has
all of this money
has treated
that
and
has
talked
gone
about
in the
America's
past few
military
years.
and military service people,
Critics
calling them
say that it goes to
suckers and
Hezbollah,
losers,
Hamas,
has diminished
and
the
Houthis. We're
significance.
talking over each other. I
Well,
apologize.
I would like that we would have a conversation that is grounded in full assessment of the facts, which includes, I think this interview is supposed to be about the choices that your viewers should be presented about this election, and the contrast is important.
Yes, ma'am.
And on the subject of Iran, I am offering what should be an important contrast that is presented for folks to make a
And there
decision
are
that
critics
they
who
feel.
look at what the administration did and say and think differently. Madam Vice President, they're wrapping me very hard here. I hope you got to say what you wanted to say about Donald Trump. There are a lot of things.
There's more to say. I have
There
more
are
to say,
a lot of
actually.
things that people want to learn about you and your policies.
Yeah.
And that's why we
I
invited
invite
you.
everyone to go to kamalaharris.com, and you will see that I have 80 pages of policies that are quite comprehensive.
Maybe you should have talked
and
about
should
them in the
be,
last 25 minutes, bitch.
accessible to anyone who would like to read them. And it includes what I intend to do about
Pardon my
affordable
French,
housing,
sorry.
what I intend to do about small businesses, what I do
And that's why
intend
we
to do to
invited you
strengthen our
here
economy,
to see where you were in 2019 and
to
where you are
support
now.
America's military and ensure we have the most lethal and best fighting force in the world.
Madam Vice President,
And
they're giving me a hard rap
Well,
here.
I thank you for the time.
I thank you for the time.
It's good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Vice President.
Oh, that was difficult to watch.
Actually, it wasn't as difficult as honestly. I thought it was kind of funny.
No, I mean, yes, I mean, it's intriguing to watch, but I mean, it's difficult in the sense that even though I'm not extremely fond of her, seeing her, in my opinion, give such a disastrous performance, I don't know. It's not that I relish it. It's just that, you know, it's kind of a shame that the candidates we have, I don't really love them, but this really is especially something that I don't love.
The only fear I have now is she actually wins still. That's
Anything is possible. You don't know. I think it's a very close race. And what I will say is that I think she came here trying to win over some swing votes. And if that was what she was trying to do, I don't think that this is the way to go about it. I don't necessarily think that this is what's going to get it done. I still don't know with the polls being so close. Have no idea what's going to happen. But this interview,
no, I think she done lost it with this, man.
I think this interview is not good for her.
Yeah,
I don't think she was actually trying to win any swing votes. I think her only
she
goal
is
here-
tonight.
I
Sorry,
think
go ahead.
her only goal here was to bash Trump on Fox News, so that maybe she might get some people to be discouraged about voting for him. I think
So
that was her only.
And
goal.
I think it backfired horribly. Obviously,
Yeah.
I mean,
I want
and
to share
again,
this.
this is
other
where I
thing.
can't even believe her people would think that was a good idea.
I'm very surprised. I can't imagine what the benefit of this thing was. I also think that I didn't.
I mean, if
really
you're going
know-
on CBS, you're going on ABC, sure, bash them all fucking day long. They're going to go right with the program there. You go on Fox, exactly what's going to happen is going to happen. Because they're going to be coming in right away knowing that's what you want to do. Sorry, Price, I'm just saying, like, to me, like whoever's running her campaign, I'm glad
Yeah.
they're a
No,
bunch
they're
of
not. They're not
morons.
doing a great job. I feel like this seems like a misstep. Whoever was making the decisions, and that's just objectively,
Yeah.
I'm saying.
And I love that at the end, Brett Baer is. I hope you got to say everything you wanted to say about Donald Trump.
Yeah, that was
that
yeah.
was vicious.
You know what? I have a better opinion. You know who won me over? Brett Baer. I didn't know anything about this guy, and I don't know why I didn't really notice him before. Like I feel like Fox News has some people I didn't really know this guy very well, and you know what? He had a task, and he stepped up to the challenge. He really came so prepared. He came more prepared for a debate than maybe Trump to his debate with Kamala.
Yeah, and as Tim says in the YouTube chat, like, bashing Trump isn't going to work anymore. Not so much anymore, but especially when you're going into what would be considered quote unquote enemy territory, right? Because like at that point, basically, well,
what's this thing you said tonight?
Okay, I'll set this up here for you in a second here. But yeah, basically all I was going to say is because at that point you want to sell yourself, not try to bash your enemy, because all you're going to do is piss off the audience, right?
Right.
If you come over to my house and you start talking shit about me, I'm gonna kick your ass out, right? Like that's anybody's fucking thing, and people take that kind of shit personally. But anyway, so what happened here is this is at the Al Smith dinner, which she skipped out on.
Yeah, as it says there, the first presidential.
She's in
candidate
Wisconsin
since
right now. She's in my state.
Mondale.
Yeah,
it's Mondale. Why did Mondale skip it?
No idea.
No idea. But she's in Wisconsin right now trying to win over a swing state. That's why. She's in my hometown. Or not my hometown, but my home state.
Is this clip you're showing me something old or new?
No, this is brand new. This is from tonight.
This is from today.
Two clips tonight where Trump is just on fucking fire.
With all of the heated back and forth between my opponent and me at the debate last night, we have proven that we can actually be civil.
Oh, no, this is from earlier, I believe.
In fact, just before taking the dais, Hillary accidentally.
Oh, this is a really old one, I think.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
And she very civilly said, "Pardon me."
The other one's the newer one. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Did you send me another
and
one?
I very
before
politely replied, "Let me talk to you about that after I get into office."
She didn't like that so much. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I didn't know this was tonight. I thought this was tonight too, but
okay, give me a second. Let me
find
the other one.
Yeah, the other one's from tonight. Sorry about that.
No problem. Okay, let me see this new one that you gave me.
That was just to show that Hillary showed up last time when Trump was there.
Yeah, with all of everything that was going on, she showed up and she was laughing, which that's probably how it should be.
You didn't even hear her in that first one there. She was like, "Oh, he's talking about me." Ha ha ha. Yeah, so here's tonight. Sorry.
It's okay.
There's a group called White Dudes.
Oh, why did it stop?
There's a group called White Dudes for Harris.
Oh no.
Oh, Facebook does this sometimes. Hit refresh.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about that. It does this.
Oh,
have you seen this? White Dudes.
Okay, I know.
There's a group called White Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this? White Dudes for Harris. Anybody know? Are some of you here? White Dudes for Harris. Doesn't sound like it. But I'm not worried about them at all because their wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. Every one of those people is voting for me.
They're listening
There's
to
a
us.
group
I swear
called
to
White
God.
Dudes for Harris. Have you seen this?
Yeah, that's
White Dudes for Harris.
Yeah, that was good.
That was good.
Wives and their wives' lovers are all voting for me. Yep.
That was actually funny.
Oh God.
I mean, that I can't take away from Trump. The fact that he's entertaining.
Yeah.
That's something that he's capable of doing, and I think that
He's good at improving. But you're right; she got under his fucking skin that night at the debate. And
that was his biggest problem, and it was his ego that night that he was letting her get under his skin, and he had to start responding. He had to be on defense the whole time. If he had been able to stay on message and punch back, if he had been counter punching, And there were so many times that I was like, "Oh, how did you miss that? You had a perfect opportunity to
Because he knew exactly
just-
how to play to his
Oh.
fucking ego, basically.
Yeah, she was trained really well how to get under his
Well,
skin,
she's
and it
fucked a
worked.
lot of men, so I mean,
Yeah.
she's an expert at lying to men. So.
Yep.
Sorry. I get called a woman hater so often. I do actually love women a lot.
I believe you do. No, I mean, I've heard a lot of rumors and things, but
I'm actually
I
a
don't
big
know.
sucker for a pretty face, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say because sometimes, rumors are just that, or people like to embellish things and things like that. I don't really know what to tell you. I obviously some of the things that have been said probably aren't great, but he himself had a few wives, had a few things. I don't know, man. I don't really know what to say, but
Yeah.
the one thing I'll say, the one thing that I will say is that all of his stuff, whatever he's been accused of, it didn't really have anything to do with his business. It was just what he likes to do. And in the sense of the other direction, at least the rumors and the hearsay, whatever you want to call it, is certain things happened, as a form of trying to boost a career, which is something else. But
Yeah. Well,
I
and
really,
again, I think, as I said before, I can get past a few character flaws. I can get past it, some even potentially unethical behavior on some people's behalf. I can get over that. It to me, it all comes down to policies. Hello, logical Leonard Nimoy.
yeah, there's a reason why I put this Leonard Nimoy thing. It's a weird segue, but I want to do it. And
That
maybe
is not Leonard Nimoy in The Voyage Home.
It is not.
I can tell that right away.
Well, that's what it says in this thing.
I know. I'd love to go through and smack some of these fucking folks who do this shit now, just like the marketing people over at Warner Brothers lately, I tell you. Oh,
yeah, there's probably some intern using AI or something. How can they get it right?
Well, if it's AI, I'll give it an excuse, but otherwise, yeah, whoever put this up there probably has it categorized completely wrong. I wouldn't be surprised, because you literally got these kids now who don't watch this shit, don't care. This is why every single version of Ninja Turtles that comes out has the Turtles from Ninja Turtles 3 on it, and every Nightmare on Elm Street release we've had has a Freddy from the Wrong movie on it. And why in I have no idea why on National Lampoon's Vacation you have John Candy riding a moose.
But the reason I
Tell us
actually
you have never watched the movie without telling us you've never watched the movie.
what John Candy riding a moose?
When in the hell in the movie did he ever ride a moose?
I don't remember him riding a moose.
He doesn't.
No.
So I thought maybe I just didn't understand you, but
No,
the reason-
I'll send you a picture so you knew so you know what I'm talking about. But that's what I'm getting at. Like there's these people there that work at these companies and places. And
I see what you mean
anymore.
now. I see what you mean. That
They
I
completely have no idea where nothing comes from anymore.
Yeah.
And
I love all the new, how they have like this rotating cover art that seems to change every 6 months on all of these things on digital platforms. And then you get this new cover art and you're like, what the hell does that have to do with this movie? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and it's either from some sequel or not even the right franchise half the time.
Completely disconnected. Like,
what I want.
My other favorite one is every time you have Gizmo on something, it's always Gizmo from Gremlins 2.
Yeah.
That's weird. Why?
Because Warner Brothers sucks. Whoever they got working in their marketing department needs to be fired like 12 years ago.
Interesting.
That's just one of the many, but anyway,
unpaid interns.
The reason I put this Leonard Nimoy thing, and I wanted to ask you if you know something about this, Tom. Today I was at New York Comic Con, and I was really struggling to find some cool panels. Everything was just kind of lousy. I was there 5 years ago, and I thought that it was so much more fun and interesting. There was just an overall feeling today, and somebody, I think it was Mark D with the C, that said, you came on a Thursday, and that's kind of a weekday. But I think I also came on a Thursday last year, and it didn't feel this way. I feel like it felt a lot more lively. When I looked at panels and stuff to go to, there was something called, like, I think it was like Being Spock or Knowing Spock or something like that. And I'm like, okay, Spock, I like Spock. I want to learn more. I'm always happy to sit. It was with his son. His son is going to talk about, his father and being Spock. And I'm thinking to myself, this is great. I'll go to that panel. Do you know where I'm going? Do you know anything about this, Tom? Did you ever, know the background of his son and his father and all that stuff?
No, I don't know much about his personal life outside of a few minor things. I've never saw his son's documentary either, but I've heard it's pretty good.
Right. I mean, I'm trying to think if I saw his son or whatever. I always thought his son was his son. Probably like, it's a panel with him. He'll say like talk about his father's career, things that he saw growing up, maybe things like that. And I was really kind of excited to go to it. And I went to it and I thought to myself, I've been walking around, for a number of hours here. This is a nice, like, change of pace. I'm sitting down, some conversations about Spock, it sounds cool. I sit down. And man, I mean, it's nothing personal against this son, this Adam Nimoy guy. I think that's his name.
Yep.
Talk about depressing. I sat there for an hour. This guy is talking about how, Leonard Nimoy became famous, didn't have any time for his family, didn't have any time for his son. Basically, he says then that later in life, when he was in college, his father was competing against him, because his father didn't go to college, and it annoyed him that he wasn't as successful in college as his son. And I'm thinking to myself, what is this? Like, I'm not saying that that's not possible, but man, Leonard Nimoy isn't here. I'd like to ask him if he was jealous of his son going to college, because that really sounds strange. And the more they go into it, the son is like, no. And because of that, like, I became an alcoholic, and for years we didn't speak, and like my life was ruined, and he never had time for me. And I'm like, it's a really heavy conversation. And at the end, the quote unquote inspirational, uplifting part is he explains that later in life, he went through 12 steps, the son, of alcoholism, to stop drinking alcohol. And as part of his 12 steps, he reconciled with his father, and they became sort of friendly again. And then he explains, you think, okay, well, at least there's like a silver lining here, like, great, let's just leave on a positive note. So then he's like, but then I got married to the love of my life. I had a wife, I divorced her, then I married like the love of my life. And then after I married her, 4 months later, she had cancer. And that's when, like, I called my father and I told him that she has cancer, and he, talked to me about it. And that was part of reconciliation. She died, and then I was miserable, and I didn't have my wife, and like my father died. And I'm just thinking to myself, this is like the most anti-fun Star Trek panel I've ever been to. That's not what I was expecting. Am I a
Sounds
dick?
pretty self-centered, actually.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, I know if my dad was Leonard Nimoy, and I'm at a panel in New York Comic Con, the last fucking thing people give a shit about is my personal fucking baggage and bullshit.
That's what I was thinking. But the thing is,
they're there to ask me questions about my dad. like,
Right.
I mean, and look, it doesn't matter what I really felt about my dad in certain situations. I'm there right now representing him and getting paid to do so.
Mm-hmm.
I think you're better off just taking the questions from the audience, giving the same 20 answers you've given 100 times before, collect your fucking check, have a great day, go cry in fucking privacy. I'm sorry. I don't know the guy.
I don't need to know
some
the
of
guy.
Most convoluted bullshit. He might as well have said, look, my dad had no time for me because of Star Trek and conventions like this, instead of trying to blame it on his achievements in college. That sounds like some of the most egotistical fucking shit.
Crazy.
I've ever heard in my what father is going to be jealous of their son?
Yeah.
He's probably paying. I wanted to ask him, who paid for you to go to college?
Exactly. That man didn't go to college. Why? Because he probably couldn't afford it. And what you're probably taking as jealousy is pride in the fact that he was able to wear fucking rubber ears for a couple years and send your happy ass to college.
Well, and the rest of his life, he was a working
sorry.
actor. He was a working actor.
No, I
He
agree
was
with
somebody
you.
who had to go.
And Mission Impossible and other things. Yeah.
Yeah, he had to go to his work, and that meant traveling a lot. That meant long hours. To have absolutely no understanding of the fact that, yes, your dad was gone from home a lot. That's because he was working to provide for your family, to be, for you to be able
Yeah,
to
and I'm
go
a
to college.
Robot Head says the funny thing is I'm an alcoholic because of Leonard Nimoy.
Oh, that's logical, Robot Head. Very logical.
I love
But yeah, wow. Yeah, that's kind of heartbreaking and depressing. He spent his whole time talking about, oh my, Nimoy was an alcoholic at one point too. Leonard was.
And
yeah.
then what was I going to say? And then after that, I did something stupid again, which I couldn't help myself. Really, I don't know. This is a controversial thing that I did. I went out. My friends on Nerd Wars. I joined them from the convention for a few minutes for their stream and talked to them a bit, which I usually do on Thursday, and that was really nice. And then when I came back, it turned out that there was a panel. Did I tell you guys about this?
Mm-mm.
There was a panel about LGBT representation in gaming.
No.
So I said to myself, I'm so curious to what happens at this type of panel. Like it's like an itch that I had to scratch. Like I said, I have to go there, have to go see it. And I knew it would be a bit awkward because I feel like I'm probably not the target audience for this lecture or whatever it was. But I went and I sat there, and man, it was, you know how we see all these kind of sometimes people that seem, I don't know if to say delusional or kind of annoying on Twitter sometimes. It was like seeing, I saw the manifestation of them in real life. People lecturing. One woman, I hope I heard correctly because I don't want to misquote, but something is like something she said, that your company is good, your studio is good if you have less than 40% cis white straight men in it or something like that. And then, they were talking about all this stuff. They were like boasting how The Last of Us Part 2 was so important for representation. And they're talking about like Dragon Age. And then at the end, there's this other lady there, like, that's like, oh, like there's so many people being fired. It's such a problematic state now, the state of affairs in the gaming industry. And I'm thinking to myself, are you guys like not able to connect 1 + 1? You're sitting here. You don't like apparently cis straight white male. You want everything to be about LGBT representation on a level that seems like almost obsessive and fanatic. You want to take franchises that weren't one way and turn them into something else. And just so you guys kind of quote unquote feel represented, you want to take like 90% of the customers and make them feel alienated. And then you're surprised that there's that the industry is tanking and your games aren't working and all that other stuff. And I couldn't believe how sort of delusional they were. And it was something, I don't know, it was something just to see a room full of people, that are all on this wavelength was just really strange to me.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't know if I even managed to transfer what I saw there. It's really difficult, but these were the highlights and what I saw there, and it was really strange. And honestly, there was a part that I wanted. At the end, they said they babbled so much that somebody needed the place, like they needed to go, and there was almost no time for questions. And like my hands started being raised. I almost wanted to say what I just told you guys. I wanted to say it to them, but they're like, we only have time for 2 questions. And like they looked at me. I know why they didn't. I know why I wasn't one of the questions. I mean, if I were them, I was the only. I was sitting there. I can't explain it to you, but like when I went to Comic-Con today, I kind of had did you see the movie Darkman?
Yes.
I kind of looked like Darkman. So I sat there kind of looking like Darkman, and all the other people in the room, they're like, even if they're men or women, they look like Elsa from Frozen or something like that. I'm not going to be the one they're going to ask the question. They're like, okay, we're not asking Darkman a question. Let's let the fairy godmother there on the corner there. Let's have him, they ask. So I don't know. It was a very strange experience for sure. But the bottom line is, I felt that they were very delusional, and I can't understand why they don't get it. Why they don't understand these things.
Oh, well, for them, it's 100%, as you said, it's all about representation. They think that they've got to co-opt every possible property that they can, every possible IP that they can, every possible pastime. They have to co-opt it and then corrupt it with all of this ideology, because they don't care if the current customers don't like it. They want to force it until the current customers are forced to accept it. And they think that if they keep pushing it and they keep pushing it hard enough, it's going to get to a point where they are either going to have people who just leave those pastimes altogether, they leave those IPs behind and go somewhere else, or they are finally pushed hard enough. They have this stuff, so thoroughly encompassing everything that they want to do in their lives that they finally accept it. Right? They don't care whether you like it or not. They care about whether you are going to eventually accept it. And that this representation and everything is pushed as hard and as often as it possibly can. And so, yeah, they don't give one crap about alienating some of their audience. Absolutely none.
Robonet says, "Were you wearing your nice tits?" No, but I kind of look like the only way I can describe it is that I look like Darkman, and nobody else in the room looked like Darkman. It wasn't a 1-to-1, but that was the direction. Like, if you saw me, that's the closest thing I can describe. I actually didn't have a proper costume, but I kind of conjured up something. That's why it looked Darkman-ish. Because if you think about it, his costume isn't much of a costume. It's just like he's wearing dark clothing and has like bandages on his face or something.
Yeah. And the same thing is true here for these people. Not only do they not care about people who aren't
By
going
the way,
to accept,
Robot Hat, I sent you a DM.
Yeah.
If you get a chance.
Yeah, they don't care about the people who they might alienate, because they want to insert this stuff as much as possible. They want to see themselves in what they're creating as much as possible. And I kind of forgot where I was going with it, but they want to make sure that they can ruin things for people that they don't like. Right.
Right, and they were talking actually about the thing, I believe, because there was so much. This was like a conversation that there was so much nonsense being splurted out like all over the place, and I'm just trying to collect as much information because there's so much stuff going on there. But I think they were talking about Dragon Age, this thing this is like a major issue. And all I see is that, the way they've set up the bodies to look weird and all this stuff now that's kind of gender neutral. I see all this stuff and I feel like it's actually not helping their game at all. And the way these guys talk about it, they look like they live in a bizarro world. They're like, it's so great that we don't pay attention, like bodies don't have to look like this or like that. Basically, all this stuff that most gamers complain about, that all the things look gender neutral and weird, and men don't look like men and women don't look like women. They're super excited about this, but at the end, they are the small minority. What they call us. They're not the main people that buy the game.
Yeah, and again, so that was the point I was going to try and get to, or it was that they actually, because they live in such an insulated world, they live in such an insulated community, they genuinely believe that there are thousands and thousands, millions of people out there who are just waiting to play games, but they can't play games because there's these mean white men who are being portrayed in these games instead. So they honestly believe that if they were to change these games now where they're queer and there's all sorts of non-binary characters and everyone's got pronouns and all this, if they make this thing that's, oh, it's so friendly and welcoming to everybody, that magically there's going to be millions of new people who are going to show up to play these games. They genuinely believe this stuff. And you've heard it from any number of different people. You heard it from that one awful person who played the musical demon or whatever on Doctor Who, right? They were like,
that was terrible.
yeah,
That was
I don't care if anyone turns off our things. Those awful people can go away, because for every one of them that leaves the fandom, there will be 5 more people who will show up who love what we're trying to do here.
That thing with the drag queen and the musical thing that you're talking about was
Yeah.
probably the last episode that I reviewed of Doctor Who. I did that video, and I just felt like I didn't have any more energy to do any more reviews about it. It kind of felt like the end of the road. I mean, where do you go from that episode?
Oh, downhill.
This is beyond downhill. This is like it reminds me of in the Big Lebowski, when he's like what does the dude tell him that the guy gets upset, and he's like, it's hit into the fucking mountain. What does he say to him? I don't remember. Tom, are you there?
Gosh. Yeah, I don't remember the quote.
From what? Sorry.
There's a part where the dude is in the car with Philip Seymour Hoffman and the Big Lebowski and the older Lebowski, and he's telling him that they're getting upset at him because they say that Bunny didn't return, and then he says something to him. He said, the plane has crashed into the fucking mountain. Do you remember the quote? I don't remember what. You know this kind of stuff. What's the scene there?
Shit.
So we hit a snag, and then he's like, well, the plane has hit the
I'm
fucking
trying to
mountain.
remember, yeah.
There's something about it. So now it's been so long, I'm trying to remember why I even brought it up.
I know, I'm sorry. I wish I
Professor,
had it on.
You know, so, nothing's effed here, man. Nothing's effed up. And he's like,
Yeah.
the goddamn plane is crashing in the mountain.
Right, something like that. Yes, that's it. But what were you saying before I brought this up? Why did I bring this up as an example?
I don't know. I wasn't talking.
I guess
no,
in the
just
sense that,
saying, yeah, they're just saying we were talking about Doctor Who and that terrible episode with the drag queen and everything, and
so
how
so I'm
you
saying,
can't go downhill from there. Yeah, I got
right.
the plane.
So that's why
the plane is
right.
crashed. Nothing's effed up.
That's what I think about. I
is
think about that guy that said the plane is crashing into the fucking mountain. That's how I felt after I saw that episode with the musical drag queen. That was just beyond. It was stepping so far beyond anything that's acceptable. That is just disrespecting your viewers at that point. Complete disrespect. Not that they didn't do it before. I feel like that was a new height. And that was the last one. I don't know if I'll ever review more. Maybe if I'm in the mood, I will. Maybe enough time has passed and I'll be like, okay, I'll review some episode. But it really, I had to take a step back after that one.
Well, I can tell you what happens to the rest of the season. Let's see. Shooty cries, and then he runs away from danger, and then he cowers in fear, and he cries some more, and then he runs away some more, and he cries some more, and then in the end, you find out that this whole thing, or the whole time that was supposed to be special about Ruby, what's her name, is really nothing at all. It's just her mom gave her a name after a road. The end.
It's just such a dumb thing. And now, I don't know. You saw that video. Did you see the video that I made about Shooty in that season 3 thing?
Yes. Yeah. And I've seen a few videos on that. That's fascinating, with the BBC coming back and just giving them the smack. Like, oh yeah, well, we're gonna start shooting season 3. Oh, and they edit it right out of the interview.
That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. And I don't know. I would be surprised if we ever see a season 3 for this, but I don't want to say 100% that it's not possible, because we've seen so many stupid things happen that they just renew or do more of a show that's crap. So I'm not saying it's completely impossible, but at the same time, I would be surprised if there's a 3rd season with Shooty.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, we have. I believe we have a guest here.
We have a robot head.
I hope I'll believe it when I see it. I feel like he's he's here, sort of, but
In spirit.
He's trying to figure out this mysterious platform.
It's interesting.
I mean, Robot Head, I can add your thing. I know how to do this. I want to impress you now, Robot Head. I'm gonna save this image, save image, and then
It's getting crowded over there in your
yeah, it's
little
okay.
pod.
I'm more than happy.
Well, I'll
I'm more
probably
than
leave
happy.
eventually here. I got some other stuff I got to get done eventually. I'll stick around for a little bit, but
Okay.
this gaming stuff and Doctor Who stuff,
It's okay, man.
Nothing personal.
I'm happy to talk about
Yeah.
whatever you guys want.
Oh, there's a robot head.
I did add Robot Head.
There's the head of a robot head.
There's a head. Yes.
So all you need to do is do your microphone and
Hello?
Robot Head?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, man?
Hello.
I can't tell if I'm live or not. So I'm on?
Yes.
What is this crazy setup you've got over here?
Well, for some reason, this platform requires you to have a camera of some kind. So unless you have a virtual camera, you can't put your avatar on the screen.
It's always a good sign when you hear you're about to join a stream and someone straight away goes, well, I'm going to go soon.
I'm gonna beat the hell out of here with Robot Head showing up.
It's nothing personal, man. Nothing personal at all.
No, you know what? But if Robot Head is here, we can talk about some, Star Wars stuff. Is there? I've been at a convention today. I've been at a convention all day. Was there anything special? Like, I feel like there must be something bad that happened with Star Wars. That happens every day.
Well, first I have to say I'm so excited because I started the day on a stream, and every stream I do is at 7 in the morning, and now it's afternoon, and I could go open the bar. When you said you sent me a link, the first thing I did was go make a drink. So I'm very excited to be on a show where I can actually have some alcohol at the same time.
Oh.
If you tell me it's a dry stream because of some weird reason, then I'm leaving.
No, now I almost think that I need to go bring a beer because
what
what
are
am I
we
going to do?
What are we having this afternoon, Robot Head?
Well, I went and made myself a Jack Daniels and Coke, but I had a shot of Jack just to get me going because I was going live. So I'm on my second drink in about 5 minutes. This setup, I'm still getting used to this setup. I can't work out where I am on the screen. It's different to doing others.
Price has squeezed you into his little thing.
Yeah. Oh, there we are. We've got a little gay get together over here.
There's stars.
At least I'm on top.
Totally. You know what's funny is that I've been recently listening. I don't know why. This is probably really lame. I've been recently listening to the album Welcome to Wherever You Are by In Excess. Are you familiar with that album?
Yes. I think I know which one it is. I think it was one of the last ones they did, a later one when they were sort of getting a bit lame.
Right. It's like I feel like they talk about their feelings a lot in that one. It's still not terrible though. I haven't heard it in many years, and I don't really know why I even started listening to it.
Girl.
Yeah, that one's kind of lame.
Yeah, it's that one, isn't it? I'm just
and Baby Don't Cry. But there's still I think Tasted is a pretty good song, and Not Enough Time is pretty good. There's a few songs I don't hate on it, but it's as if I completely forgot the album existed, and maybe my Spotify started playing some song from there, and then I'm just like, oh, I haven't heard this in a while, and I actually listened to the album. But I thought of you because
I do like a lot of their older stuff, and Michael's still a hero in Australia. We still love Michael, only because of how much pipe he laid into how many good-looking women around the world while he was alive. I think that's the main reason we like him.
He had a good voice too. I mean, I think I like Kick. Is that one that isn't that a good one? Kick
was the one I think that took him around the world more. That was the big one that had all the big hits, and that they sort of really took off with that album. They were big here, and then a little bit overseas they were known in that, but I think Kick was the big one that they really took off on.
Which one was I Need You Tonight was on Kick?
Is that on Kick or is that on what's the one in the desert? I got to think now. You're testing me now on my In Excess knowledge. I'm trying to think of the name of the record before Kick. No, I think it's on Kick.
It's on Kick. I think Kick was a big album. I think that was the one. I don't live in Australia, but Kick was the one that I kind of, started hearing all those songs, and that's how I kind of got to know the band. And those are probably their most known songs.
Yeah, it's got all the sort of the best known songs.
But people
Yes,
respect them in Australia. It's like it's a band that I think, there's respect there in Australia.
Well, we love them. We love them up to the point that he died. And then they've tried, well, I think they've given up now. They tried to replace him over and over. They even did like a Pop Idol show to get a new lead singer.
Yes, that's lame.
Yeah, and so everyone's laughed at them ever since, and everyone realized how much Michael was carrying the whole band ever since. So I think we've still got love for them, but we sort of like they're the funny cousin that we laugh at now.
He was always better than the band. I mean, and I don't say this about every band, but I think that in his case, you could tell that as a singer, he is a number of levels above the band. They at best can provide some kind of decent background music for him, but the reason why the band was like a cut above was because of his voice and personality and character, and that all the ladies liked him.
Yeah, he had like the full-on sex appeal, and then the rest of the band were all pretty lame dorks. So it was like, he was really, carrying them all. So.
But all of your Australian like big bands ended up in disaster. I mean, look at Men at Work. You know that lawsuit? Did you hear about that lawsuit that they were sued for having Down Under sound like something with a cuckoo tree or something like that?
We've got a bird called the kookaburra.
Right,
so
right.
It's a vicious little thing, awesome little bird. They sound amazing, and they kill snakes. Like everything straight, it's got to kill something. And there was an old like nursery rhyme song,
right?
And I do know about this. And we also have like a music pop quiz show was very popular. I think they've just brought it back actually, but through the sort of it would have been the 2000s and that. And it was no one had ever thought this ever. And then there was a quiz question on there that someone on the show just made up because they thought it sounded like this old nursery rhyme. They're, Men at Work's biggest hit, Down Under, the little flute part. And they just made it up as like a quiz question on this, this music show. And from that, it turned into a whole lawsuit where they lost, the rights to the song. And then the guy who wrote it ended up killing himself. So yeah, it was a weird situation. And if you listen to them back to back, the fact that someone links them is really, there's other songs that sound more obviously like another song.
I think it's a real stretch, and I can't believe that that whole trial happened and everything happened the way it did. There were a lot of twists and turns there that they fought back and forth with each other. And I think that at the end, after all is said and done and all the appeals and everything, at the end, the guy that sued got very little. It was just, it ruined the other guy's life and he committed suicide or whatever it is. But at the end, there wasn't even a big winner here. And to think that if those stupid guys in that TV show you were talking about never even did that question, that guy may be alive.
And they sort of never recognize the guy that runs the show is a comedian, very popular. He lives in the UK now, and he has a big show. It's Adam Hills. He's got a big show in the UK, like a Tonight Show and that. And it's sort of, they've never said anything about it. It's a bit weird. It's like you started this massive problem and nothing's really been said about it. So yeah, it's definitely a weird one.
I don't assume that they intended for the guy to die. I want to believe that.
No, I don't think that was the intent.
And it was one of those things like he was already having problems. Like no one's going to lose the rights to a song and then top themselves if their life's great. So I hate when people do that. They link a suicide to one thing. Like obviously he was going through some issues as well. But yeah, it's a very weird situation.
It's a shame because
and of course there's Michael, which in Australia we don't think he killed himself, but it was ruled a suicide.
I always think to myself that if I was writing a screenplay and there was that, again, I'm not accusing anybody because I don't know anything. I'm just saying that you had Geldof, you have Geldof's wife, you have some children there in the middle, and at the end, somehow Hutchins died mysteriously, in my opinion. The wife later died. I don't know. Maybe she did die of an overdose. I don't know what she died of. And at the end, Geldof ended up adopting Michael's daughter, right?
Yeah.
Very
You got to
strange.
give it to Geldof for that.
What'd you say?
Well, he had other daughters, and like she was like a half sister to them, and she had no one else. So I always thought it was quite big of Geldof to take in Michael's daughter, his wife's other daughter to another man,
It's big
as
of him.
as his own.
It's big of him on the one hand. On the other hand, wasn't he the one that kind of, was involved in something there?
Well, they were fighting because she was coming out to see Michael on the night it happened, and then she rang. She was flying here, whatever, and rang and said she can't come because she was going to bring the other girls or something, the other kids, and then Geldof at the last minute said, no, you can't take him out of the country. He had to give permission, so she couldn't leave the country with the kids and come and see Michael. That all happened the day or night of him dying. So it's always sort of been put on it, that Geldof had something to do with it just because of the arguments going on.
Well, you know what? I don't really know what happened and what didn't happen, but that guy didn't seem like a guy that kills himself. I know you can say, oh, well, you don't know what goes through a man's mind. Yeah, I know I don't know, but a guy that walks around smiling and all the ladies like think he's the best and he's with all like the best models and all the women love him and he's like on stage and everybody's like clapping. I'm not saying that you can't go and want to kill yourself. Sometimes that happens. He just didn't give me that vibe. When you see footage of him leading up to that day, doesn't look like it.
Oh no, he did it. Is it Carrigan? What's the kung fu guy's name that they found in the cupboard? Michael Carrigan, is that his name? Who's the kung fu guy that choked in a cupboard, jerking himself?
Carradine, David Carradine.
David
Not
Carradine.
David. Something
Carradine.
Carradine. Robert Carradine. Some Carradine.
It's David Carradine.
David Carradine.
That's what Michael Hudson did because he was on the back of the door nude, and he had some crazy. They did a telemovie series here on his life and just showed like the amount of multiple women in the bed at once and how crazy his life was and girls throwing themselves in. I think he was just, and he had friends there just before it happened, an actress that's very well known here, and friends of hers and that, and they were with him, half an hour before drinking and having fun. I think he just, was just enjoying himself a bit too much and went too far. And I think that's the general opinion in Australia, that he didn't kill himself. He just went out in a very rock star way.
Yeah, but I know this is going to be a dark conversation. I've never understood the appeal.
No.
Listen, if the audience is getting upset about this conversation, I didn't bring it on. I didn't come on to talk. It is fun to talk about something that's not Star Wars for a while.
I'll tell you what.
I'll
tell you what. This show is the Night Owl, and on the Night Owl, like we just talk about stuff. It's a kind of a loose conversation for a late hour. For you, it's like midday.
Is it auto asphyxiation? These drinks are already getting to me. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, autoerotic asphyxiation.
That's it. That's what you got to title the episode.
Oh, looks like Tom has a virtual camera up now, so you can add him to the.
He heard auto asphyxiation and he brought a camera.
How do you do the? I've got to do the camera thing like that so I can have something a bit more interesting next time. I'll do an image of me hanging on the back of a door nude.
Yeah, I think Price and I are both using OBS and doing a virtual camera from there.
I started trying to learn OBS when I first started doing this thing. When StreamYards came out, I never went back to learning how to use OBS. I've got to do it one of these days.
Sometimes it gives me some technical glitches like today, but because usually my mouth moves, but today it's not moving. But what can we do? But regarding
you're right though. I think then you look at AC/DC and that nearly every one of our most popular bands have had someone die in the band.
Who died in AC/DC? There's the singer. Wasn't there a different singer?
Bon Scott, the real lead singer. The new guy that's been there like 30 years is still called the new guy.
Right, but who sang on the classic tracks?
Bon Scott.
Yeah.
Really?
All depends on the era.
All the way up to Back in Black.
Who sings Black in Black?
Everything before Back in Black is Bon Scott.
Okay. You Shook Me All Night Long, is that?
Dirty Deeds. And, most songs, I think Back in Black had You Shook Me All Night Long. That's from the Back in Black album. So Interestingly, they replaced him, and then Back in Black was their biggest album of all time, their biggest selling album. But all the songs before that are Bon Scott.
But the new guy kind of sounds like Von Scott, doesn't he?
Well, the funny thing is, Bon Scott said to Angus once, he said, if anything happens to me, you should hire that guy, because they saw him singing in a pub somewhere in the UK. And he said, just as a joke, if anything happened to me, you should get that guy to sing, because he liked his voice. So Bon virtually picked him to replace him.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
How did probably died in some crazy thing? How did Von Scott die? It was probably something crazy.
In the UK, out drinking one night, and went home with friends in the UK, because they'd gone there to sort of take over the world. They were exploding everywhere. He was a heavy drinker, and they drove home from the pub to their house, and he was asleep in the back seat. And they said, "I'll just leave him." They threw a jacket on him and went in. And during the night, he vomited and choked on his own vomit in the back seat of the car on his own. A bit sad. They were exploding around the world at the time.
I mean, how could they just leave him in the car there? That's so. I mean, yes, I understand they're rock and rollers that are drunk, but I don't know.
And they said it was cold, and like they should, the cold didn't help and all that sort of thing. But yeah,
if they just would have convinced him to get out of the car, kind of dragged him out and put him in a normal bed, it may have solved. He may have been still alive afterwards. It just seems
you're
like
you're onto something there. If drunk people do sensible things, bad things won't happen.
No, but always
there is the drunk part.
Jimi Hendrix also. That's a fishy.
Yeah,
death.
very similar.
But that one's a fishy one. I think that with him, I believe that they were all drunk and they left him in the car. But I think that with Jimi Hendrix, that one's a very strange one.
I forget the facts now, but there's a weird thing with his manager and everything, isn't there? That they were sort of...
He wanted to leave his manager. Then
yeah.
Somehow they found him dead. And apparently before the police arrived, rumor has it that some people came to do some things, whatever those things were. I don't really know. And how he died exactly is also a bit questionable. Don't really know what to tell you. That one's a weird one. So you can't really say anything and you don't know for sure, but it's a strange death. Another one that I think is strange is Brian Jones and the Rolling Stones.
Oh, yeah, that's a sus one too.
Because
and it's weird. It's also weird that they didn't go to his funeral. I think the bass player's name at the time that married the 14-year-old.
Not Keith
Bill
Richards.
Wyman.
Oh, Bill Wyman. He married a 14-year-old?
He was the only one that went to the funeral, which was also weird.
He married a 14-year-old?
I think she was 16. After dating the mum, I believe. I'm full of these facts of weirdos. I need to start a new channel. Weirdos in the rock and roll.
You want weird, though? You want weird? The Beatles, they had, the original drummer before Ringo Starr.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not mistaken, the road manager for the Beatles secretly was having an affair with the drummer guy's mother, and he got her pregnant.
That's awkward.
And then they kicked him out of the band, and the mother had a baby. I know this sounds crazy, but I feel like there's something there. It seems like with the years, it wouldn't be possible, but I think that this is all true. Everything I said, I think is true.
What do you mean by the years it couldn't be true?
Meaning, if she had Beat Best was her son, so he's not 2 years old. So at this point, for her to have another kid, she must have had a kid, later in the game, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, she might have had him when she was 16 or something.
Right, but this is what I believe happened. The road manager, Neil, whatever his name is, of the Beatles, he would go around. He had an affair with Pete Best's mother, and then they kicked him out of the band, and it turned out she was pregnant. I could be wrong. I'm about 95% sure. I always remember that one because it's kind of strange.
The story's good enough that 95% is enough.
No, but
if the other 5% proves you're wrong, then we don't need to know that 5%.
No, but I feel like there's truth in what I'm saying. Like I wouldn't have said it if I didn't know something.
See, I don't live that way. I just say things, and then I hope there's some truth in there.
Pete Best. Mother.
Yeah. So yeah, his mother was kind of involved in running the band at the time too. She was really involved in managing and everything when they were on the road. And so that having him leave the band was also kind of messed up, and it made a lot of problems.
Here,
Who the heck is
I'm right.
George?
She had an affair with Neil Aspinall before he became the band's manager. Their secret love child was called Rogue, and he has now told of his mother's life. So I was right.
Yep.
Did you
Yeah,
watch
and I was
the
right about
Peter
his name.
Jackson documentary on the Beatles?
I did watch it, and I actually thought that it was quite enjoyable.
Oh, I thought it was amazing. But I was watching a video the other day talking about Peter Jackson's AI department that they used to. Tom, you might have said something about this, that how bad some of the Schwarzenegger Blu-rays look, and that they're using this AI technology to retouch them. Does that sound familiar? Is Tom
feel
there?
like
Yeah, him, James Cameron, and George Lucas all need to
Yes.
keep their fucking AI brain on that shit.
Well, someone said, which I didn't think at the time, because when I was watching that Beatles doco, I was thinking this footage is incredible. Like, what did they shoot this on? Like cinema cameras or something at the time? Because it just looks so bloody good. But then I didn't realize that he'd used this AI retouching technology to enhance all the footage. And then I saw a clip of them comparing the original footage in the studio for the Beatles thing and then the retouch stuff. Because that looked incredible, that doco. But yeah, I didn't realize that's what they did.
He backed off a bit on Let It Be, or they did anyway. It's
Mhm.
the actual movie. If you, I don't know if you've seen that yet. It's still got some of the smudginess to it, but it's not nearly as bad. But oh yeah, True Lies looked redonkulous
my
bad.
God.
This
Yeah, and
video I
Aliens.
watched, it showed the True Lies and how bad it looked, and it was shocking. So yeah, just terrible.
Yeah, if you see any of the screenshots of Aliens where you've got Vasquez kind of in the background, and it just like her face is all like twisted and messed up and stuff. Like they did a terrible job on those, because they basically they didn't rescan, they didn't get everything new in 4K. They just
Correct.
wanted to take the Blu-rays, the 2K scan that they had, and then just upscale it. And so, they applied like maximum levels of AI upscaling and stuff. And there's a lot of situations where it made it look like trash. I
And I
was
forget what
so
this-
disappointed in that.
I forget what this video said, but it said something about True Lies, the way it was shot too, made it trouble. Like they just haven't got the info there to make it look good. Like I forget what it was actually shot on, but there was a reason, something to do with the action or something at the time, or the look he
Not that
wanted.
I know of, because that would have been. I'd have to see the video and how they explain it, because that would have
Yeah,
been
I'll
in
have
the
to
era
find it.
when they were switching over to digital stuff, but it was still compositing digital to film. Because I mean,
Yeah.
they didn't start switching over to digital cameras really until the mid to late early aughts.
Yeah.
Right. So like by 2010, 11, 12, everything was kind of starting to shoot on digital cameras.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it was
Cameron was always pushing stuff, so maybe there
Yeah.
was something crazy about
But
some
for it to be
some
able to
cameras he was
be-
using, or
It just
think it was
doesn't
a
make
s-
any sense. That's
Yeah.
the thing, because you still have a negative there. You still have something to go by. And the biggest problem here is he's trying to pull information out of a piss poor copy of the movie when you have the facility and the negative there. You can just rescan it and it will look amazing. Even if some of the CGI shots don't look as good, maybe that's what they're talking about. Even
No, there was-
then,
I think it was there was two versions of the same film, and it was a faster version they used on True Lies. That's a grainier film, and it's just like they can't scan it any better. Sort of,
unless they're talking about the
thing, as
Super
in-
35 thing, which is a big fucking bunch of hubbub crap that
Yeah, I think they were. It was something like that. Like the Super
apologists
35
like
was
to
something
bring
that
up.
was
It's like,
grainier.
no. Look, it doesn't effing matter. If you're scanning something properly at 4K, I don't care if it's open matte 35. It's still going to look good. I've got plenty of movies that are shot in Super 35 where the process was done correctly, where the movie looks like it's supposed to. See, and that's the thing. They keep coming up with weird excuses. And yes, part of it is because guess what? As much shit as Cameron knows, and here's something I've heard through the grapevine, dirty little secret, as much as Cameron knows about everything, he didn't know as much about film stock. So that's why he picked some real crappy film stock for some of his movies. But I don't give a crap. He's not listening to what we're griping about. He's not listening to the complaints. And then he throws these ad hominem attacks at us, right? with this, oh, you incel, whatever, blah blah blah. If you're worried about the frame rate of this and da 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 that and whatever, however you put it.
I want to ask Professor something. Can you check on YouTube? It's not coming up for me. Can you check?
The dead man was saying that he had a few super chats that we
I'm
missed
sorry, the dead
earlier
man.
on.
What were
Sorry,
those super
sorry about
chats?
that, man. I have to watch for those.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, I have to watch for those because they don't show up, automatically in the chat on this.
Yeah, I see a few of them here on the fan.
So it looks like the dead man for $4.99 member, by the way. Thank you, the dead man. The Tilahara cartel or Tiahara cartel was eradicated in 1989. Harris became a prosecutor in 1990. So her claims that she was helping to eliminate that cartel are a little interesting.
Exaggerated?
Well, perhaps. But yeah, thanks, Dead Man, for $4.99 there. And then another one from the Dead Man for $1.99. Trans surgeries in jails didn't happen until 2023.
Yeah, I was trying to point that out. Did you notice the terminology she was using there? Well, she tried mixing it in with what was it? Necessary surgeries or whatever it was I said. Yeah, so I'm like, wait a minute here, define that for a moment, because I guarantee you getting your dick chopped off is not a necessary surgery.
Well, it is in their minds because you have to affirm. You absolutely must affirm, or else those people are living half lives. They're not living their true selves.
You must affirm or you will burn.
Yep. But thank you again, Dead Man. Sorry we missed
Thank you. Yeah,
earlier.
So added a message here within YouTube. So Tom, I'm going to remove you from the OBS thing.
That's fine. Yeah, thank you for putting me on. I took all this time to make this nice little fancy loop here.
Very nice.
Thank you. And now you're going to get cozy with a robot head.
Yeah, getting close together now.
Shooting with robot head.
Wait, okay. You know what? I can do better. I'll do this.
That's not as awkward. There you go.
Well, again, as long as he's on top, he's good. He's good to go.
I tell you, it'll be awkward when the rest of my body appears.
Yeah.
It'll be
robot head getting robot head. You'll be glad your mouth don't work.
Sorry, have you done the super chats? Because I want to ask Tom something.
Yeah, no, go ahead, ask him.
We're done.
Talking about the quality of film, I saw, that Linus Tech Tips, that channel. He's been around forever. He reviews all tech stuff. He reviews Linus Tech. He's got millions of followers. But the other day he was talking about a high def VHS. And,
yeah.
And the quality of that. And he was showing some of the films, comparing them to Blu-ray and how much better they looked because of the color correction was so much better. And the lighting and everything, they'd gone to so much more effort back to do these high def VHS tapes. And they looked bloody incredible. He was showing them like a 60-inch TV or something. And they looked just, incredible. Better than what they're doing today. Because they went to the effort, like you're talking about, to actually do it properly.
Well, not only that, they're closer to the time when the movie came out, so they have a better reference. And at that time, whatever version was being put out was the last one that was, messed with by Cameron. So he hadn't done all the disastrous shit to it yet. Because, I know a lot of the HD versions that were going around online for a while. One of them was a recording or scan or whatever hell you want to call it from like a cable version or whatever. And then the other one was that version you're talking about, which came from the HD VHS, which wasn't quite 1080p, it was 1080i, but it still looked pretty good. And that was that happened right near the end of the whole analog era of sorts, even though it is technically digital.
Yeah,
but it was in that same kind of era, and they thought they could make it work. It just I don't know why.
Yeah, you should check out Robot Head. You should check out some videos on that.
It looked good, but it was just too expensive. That was the big thing. Techmone's good too. Yeah,
Techmone's amazing. He's so great.
I think it was copyright too, because people could copy VHS so easily that the studios weren't too keen to spend the money on doing it. So that's where the Blu-ray, they could control the copyright.
They were more expensive all over the place.
And then also you get degradation over time with magnetic.
The upside of it though, and this is where I remember now why they were trying to push for it and why they thought it might have had a chance, because you could actually record, I think, or that was one of the plans. Was that
eventually you would be able to,
you would be able to record in HD. Yeah.
And the ones they showed had chapter selection as well. which was
Yeah,
interesting. for
yeah,
a
it had
tape.
an additional stripe of
Well, you'd
data
be
on there.
surprised how much you could actually use VHS for, and it's still, I'm sure it's still kind of used in certain areas today because you could do a lot of digital stuff with it because it's
Mhm.
a really good format for that. In fact, I just brought this up, I think it was yesterday or whatever on one of the shows where when I went to school, that was the basis for all our masters for digital was we used VHS tape.
Mm.
Now it was a special format,
Mhm.
but it was basically that. It's kind of like the old idea of how you used to have the old Commodores and such with the cassette hookup. You know what I mean? Where you plug it in and it load up a game for you.
I
Same
love
basic
that.
concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, same
And
basic concept, but videotape is so big that you could fit a lot of info on there.
And TV stayed with tape long after we were still starting to use DVD and that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
For sure.
Yep. Oh,
Well, I
and we got
remember a lot of the television stations for news, they didn't start switching over to digital until kind of late in the game. The local smaller stations couldn't afford it.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, how long did radio stay with just 8-track carts? I mean,
Oh, I was still using them when I was on the air, but we used them as, they just had the 30-minute or 30-second
yeah.
loop. But we just play the ads from there. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got another super chat from the Dead Man. Thank you. $4.99. Tom, you and Andre did a really good job with those retrospectives. Chef's kiss.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hopefully we
I
get more.
watched it. I watched the premiere of Nosferatu.
Hopefully you enjoyed it. It
I
seemed like
did.
most people were enjoying it. So.
You mean at the pictures when it first came out? How old are you?
I'm 106.
That was a really, really bad joke.
He's an eldritch
they,
god.
They
He's
did
been
like
around.
a new version
I am
of it.
Nosferatu.
They kind of took the original movie and did like a new version in terms of editing and score.
I mean, the movie
and things like
itself is the same, but what we did is a new score. We redid the title cards so they're a little easier, especially because we were keeping in mind some people are going to watch this movie on their phone, sadly. So we kept that in mind with the title cards. And then otherwise, Andre went through meticulously fixing all the tint problems that have been introduced through the film because there was never good notes kept with all the various copies that are out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the version that they've been using and going by, I'm almost positive was a dupe, and then they did a personal tint themselves, so it was way out of whack. Because once Andre kind of cracked the code, it really makes sense what they were trying to do, and it was really kind of like one of those things to ooh and ah the audience at the time with the changing of the shifting of the colors and
Is this on your channel?
It's on our new channel called Midnight's Edge Retrospectives and Classics. But so we have the movie itself and then a retrospective to go along with it. But like, for instance, as I was just saying real quick, like you'll have a scene where like a candle is lit so that it's yellow tint. Well, as soon as the wind blows and blows the candle out, well, then it turns blue to dark, right? So like there's that kind of a thing. So back then that would have wowed the shit out of the audience, right? To us now that's nothing, but that's like people seeing Avatar now, you know what I mean?
I didn't even know they did that. I didn't know there was color tints through the film.
Oh yeah. Yep. They did that all the way up through the 1950s until color was the standard.
There were quite a few classics that
did Metropolis have it from the beginning, or only later in the 1980s version did they do the tint?
I believe it had the tints from the beginning. Like a lot of those older films, especially the German ones, had tinting done. They either lost the notes or the original negatives and stuff didn't have the tints, if they even still have them, or whatever copy they have was just done in black and white because it was cheaper. Because the tinting had to be done. It's like a dye process. So like, yeah, it's all done by hand basically back then. So
most of these, like my mother robot loved old films. So I grew up watching them as a kid because she was always watching old films. But on TV, you probably can't even see the tint like watching.
No, well, yeah, back then, they wouldn't even bother. But like even up through like Mighty Joe Young has a whole sequence that goes from black and white to orange when there's this fire at the orphanage, for instance. And that was made in 1949, right? And there's plenty of movies where they did that throughout. Even when they did that with Wizard of Oz, where you go from the black and white to the color. I mean, even back then, that was a bigger deal than people realize because it was not common for a movie. Like you think about it, stop and think about the classic films we have you could probably only start to think, you're like, shit, there is only like a handful of them until you get to the 1960s or late 50s that were in color.
But
Really?
the Wizard of Oz change from black and white to color still works. I remember being a kid and
Yeah,
again watching it on TV.
It's
And
brilliant.
it still blows your mind. And that's, you know, we had Star Wars.
If you think about it, it's like
There's
Gone with
nothing
the
about that
Wind, Ben-Hur, 10 Commandments. Those are the only color pictures I can think of, like off the top of my head, from pre-1960 era. Sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't mean to interrupt you there, but yeah.
I love how they did that transition too with the other actress in Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, with the black and white set, actually.
Yeah. And she opens the door and then she walks through in
Yeah.
the color. It's awesome.
It's
Very well done.
sometimes you have an idea that's just good then and it's good today. Brilliant.
That's exactly how they did the scene. I'm actually wearing the t-shirt right now from A Nightmare on Elm Street 5 with the comic book scene. It's all that stuff. That's how they did the color and black and white mixture, because they didn't have the computer technology back then to do that. So the whole set is all in black and white, and the two Freddys had to get their makeup done in black and white. They're wearing black and white shirts and pants and everything. Like, yeah, it's really fucked up. It's
I'm
like,
trying to remember what happens in 5. I remember
okay, well, it's one scene where the kid who's all into comic books, he like gets sucked into his own comic book.
yes.
And he's like his own hero, and then all of a sudden Freddy shows up and he takes all the color out of everything, and it's all black and white. The only thing that's in color is the kid. But then when he slashes him, the color starts to bleed out of him like a cartoon.
I don't think I've ever seen 5, but I'm going to watch it tonight. That sounds amazing.
It's not the best of the bunch, but that is one of the best kill scenes in it.
I think the 4th one was the last somewhat decent one.
It is a direct extension of 4 because it has all the, you know, the remaining characters from 4, but yeah.
Right, but didn't the lady, I thought that there was a woman who survived number, I don't want to spoil for people, but I think in the 4th one there was somebody that carried over. I don't think that's a spoiler. But then I think that in the 5th one, don't they just either sometimes they change an actor or they do weird things. Something
No, they're all the same people are back.
They are? I don't know.
Yeah.
I just
the 5th
felt
was the Dream Child. At the time it came out, it was the one that, you know, Freddy has a baby. Like that was what it was kind of pitched as, but it's not exactly that.
I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like I liked 1. I thought 2 was weird, and I don't love it, but I'm semi-okay with it. Number 3 I liked. Number 4 I liked. Number 5 I started feeling strange about it. And then I think there was a 6th one, which was pretty crap.
The problem with 5 is it feels like an after-school special smashed together with A Nightmare on Elm Street. That's the problem with it.
By the way, did all of you see Megalopolis?
No, I wish I had, though. I want to see it, but yeah. I'm not one rooting for it to fail or anything.
Robot Head, did you see Megalopolis?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something that
hasn't even gotten any international distribution yet.
Probably not. I assume everybody's going to hate this movie, but I was telling people, and I
want to see it. I'm just saying if it's it is on here.
I stand by my opinion on it, that I think that it's better. When Joker 2 came out, I said I like Megalopolis better than Joker 2. And people at the beginning were very surprised. They're like, how can you say such a thing? And I said, Francis Ford Coppola, he didn't take somebody else's property. He had some kind of vision, and I feel like his movie is sort of a love letter to those kind of Metropolis movies, older movies, you know, maybe some surreal stuff from like French cinema. It seems like he was going for some kind of idea that he really believed in. I would have gone about it differently, but somehow I respect that he swung for the fences, invested his own money, and wanted to do something that's like semi-avant-garde. And I kind of don't hate it. I'm not saying it's the best movie. Certainly there's missteps there, but I appreciate the effort a lot more than like a Todd Phillips and Joker, who just seems like an idiot to me.
See, when everyone was having a go at Joker, and I was trying to avoid reviews before seeing it, and a lot of people talking about being a musical and that, I thought I'm probably going to enjoy this, thinking that it was going to be, you know, someone being creative and trying to do something interesting, and that, you know, other people that more into the Joker as a comic book sort of character mightn't be enjoying as much. So I thought, you know, there's a chance I could enjoy this, and I was pissed off by the end of how little he tried to do anything interesting and how bad everything happened. So I get what you mean about this Megalopolis. I got to work out how to pronounce it first, but watching someone actually try something and failing can be better than watching someone just be an asshole.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I agree.
I'm keen to
completely.
see it. I really want to see it.
And for all the reasons you guys said, and I'm not rooting for it to fail for any good reason. And I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, the only person who's really being hurt is Francis Ford Coppola.
Yeah,
it's not like he's
And his
hurting a
accountant's going to
studio.
have a heart attack.
Yeah, more like his kids are going to be like, "You just gambled our entire fucking."
But he's done that before, hasn't he? Isn't this about the 5th time he's lost all his money?
Well, I
Something
think
like
that when he sold his winery, I think he got around $600 million. So whatever this movie cost, either it
I
could
don't
be
think it's that big of a deal. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that they're still going to have their money. I'm sure nobody's sitting around celebrating that he wasted all this money, but he said to some reporter that he made the movie that he dreamt like his whole life that he wanted to make, and it doesn't matter what happens moving forward. He'll know that if he dies, he made the movie he wanted to make. And you know what? Gotta respect that. He's not 20 years old. And yes, you may like or not like the movie. I do think that it's easy to dismiss it, but as somebody, I like studied film. So when I see those kind of older movies, when I take them into consideration and think what he was trying to do, it's almost like a modern day Metropolis mixed with a few other classic movies with sort of a modern take on it. It may not work. Maybe it's an ambitious idea that he couldn't really deliver on, but I appreciate that he tried, personally.
I absolutely love, and I think about it a lot when I'm watching crap Disney shit, is Heart of Darkness, the doco on Apocalypse Now.
Well,
Yeah.
basically, yeah.
And like an artist, creative person, like fighting against everything to get this vision out. So like that just stays with me. Like I'm always on his side. Like I could never not be on his side to try anything I'd be keen to see, But that's like the ultimate filmmaker's doco on watching someone trying to get something made, and seems to be the complete opposite of what people making films today go through to make
Oh
shit.
no, they wouldn't know that struggle at all.
Yeah. So it's sort of like you see this and it's like you just think of him in the jungle sweating with his gut out, just pulling his hair out. You think he's chosen this life. Like he could have just been cruising by this stage, easily like retired, just living off his money from his vineyard, and he's choosing to do this. You think, oh, you got to have some respect for him.
Yeah,
I'll give you a handful of good reasons why. Godfather 2, Apocalypse Now, Dracula, fucking Outsiders. I'm sure there's a dozen more that I'm just, could ramble off. But no, at the end of the day, he put his own money into this. He didn't gamble anybody else's money on this.
It's his
And there's
own
another
property.
Yeah, and you're right. He has gone, I don't know if he's been completely bankrupt or broke before, but like when George Lucas bankrupted Zoetrope Studios, I mean, most people don't realize. I mean, I always kind of felt like what happened to him on Apocalypse Now was kind of like karma for him stealing it from George in the first place. Because at the same time, he should, but it was like, I don't know, karma kind of worked out for everybody in the end, except for that, because he challenged George, and most people don't know this story, but it's in, I believe, The Secret History of Star Wars is where I read it from, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
But right after George had basically bankrupted Zoetrope Studios and cost them a 3-picture deal with Warner Brothers over THX 1138. Most people don't know the history of this movie because it bombed so hard that he had to pay the studio back for George.
I have heard that somewhere.
Yeah, so he and his wife, being George's wife, I mean, Marsha Lucas and Francis Ford Coppola, were in the middle of basically a one-sided fucking screaming match with George. Because George is not a confrontational person. And they're just yelling at him. They're like, why can't you just make a normal fucking movie for normal fucking people? Like,
well, that's one of my favorite stories too. Like people laugh at George, but didn't he want to shoot Apocalypse Now in Vietnam while the war was still going on?
Probably, knowing him. I don't remember that, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I saw that not long ago. They were laughing about that, and that was one of the reasons why he didn't move forward, because he wanted to shoot it on location.
Well, it kind of
George,
depends on who you ask. Like, it's kind of insinuated that Francis took it away from him as kind of punishment, because him and Milius had been milking it and nursing it, for years and years and years. And that's why Milius will go out and say, that fucking movie is not the book, it's me. It's all me. Because he did. He pretty much just rewrote the entire fucking thing to what we have now. But that being said, so Francis inserted himself there, however that worked out. But the challenge he gave him, he goes, why can't you just make a normal movie, like a kid's movie or a comedy? And he's like, well, I can get a reaction out of the crowd. All you got to do is wring a cat's neck. That's what George's response was. And he goes, all right, I'll do that. And so he went and wrote American Graffiti and Star Wars. And so really it was that challenge on Francis Ford Coppola basically cornering him with George's wife. And George has called her husband a dead fish, I think, in that argument too. Not in a sexual terminology, but in a sense that he just isn't a people person and he couldn't work with actors and da-da-da-da-da. And the movie just felt like a cold, flat mess. So, like, I mean, if you see the movie now, especially in his quote-unquote director's cut, it's a little bit better. But I'm sure at the time when people saw that thing, they're just kind of like, what the fuck is this?
I have a confession. I've never loved American Graffiti.
Oh, I love American Graffiti. I'm not as big of a fan of THX. I thought THX was really kind of pretentious and like first-year film school kind of shit.
It does feel kind of like that, and I only saw it once many years ago. But American Graffiti, I feel like it's a movie that there's this aura around it, and people always hyping it up. I don't know, maybe when it came out, there was something special about it, but I saw it later, not 50 million years later, and you know, it was years later, but I didn't feel the same way about it. I've seen older movies that are older than me, and I've enjoyed them. You know, my favorite movie, The Godfather.
There's something about that movie that clicked with me. I don't know.
You know what it could be, Price?
What?
I remember when I first saw it on TV as a young boy, but being a fan of Happy Days, because they repeated Happy Days forever in Australia. So that and the Brady Bunch was on every day for decades. And thinking it was going to be like Happy Days because it had Richie in it, and it was set at the same time. And it was like, I remember watching as a young kid, it came on TV and just thinking, what? Like, it was all sort of serious and a bit more, it didn't have that Happy Days vibe to it, you know? So I thought it was a bit weird when I first saw it. I've grown to appreciate it more as I've got older, obviously. But yeah, I always remember comparing it to Happy Days because I thought that's what it was going to be like, Happy Days movie.
You may be onto something because ever since I can remember it, I'd watch all those reruns of Happy Days, and you know, Richie and the Fonz. I like that. I mean, I'm still not ashamed to say that I like Richie and the Fonz.
It also had Shirley in it. Like, I just thought it was going to be virtually the Happy Days movie as a kid.
No,
you're right. There was a lot of like overlapping people.
Because it is if you really look at it, it's obviously the story as it's on its surface level is the last night of this group of friends, you know, in high school, right? Like that's the basis, set in 1962. And the reason why it's set then is for a couple reasons. That's around the same time that, you know, George graduated, plus it's just before the Beatles. So it's just before the British invasion. It's just before things changed. It's just before hippies. It's just before Vietnam. It was the last time America was innocent. And in the film, all of the main characters are George Lucas. They're one side of George Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
There's the part of him that's the you know, Richie Cunningham part, where, you know, part of him wants to stay at home, do what most people expect him to do, get married, have a family, all that kind of shit. Then there's the part of him that's the geeky dork, that's the little, you know, dweeb, riding around and crashing into everything. You know, and then there's the hot rod guy, which is kind of what got George on the path that he's on now. And they even have the accident in the movie, right? Like he got in this really bad accident in his hot rod, and it scared the hell out of him. And he was bedridden for so long that he became a writer instead of wanting to be a race car driver. And then, of course, have the main character who was most like him, who he ended up becoming, and that was Richard Dreyfuss, who had dreams of being more than this kid from Modesto, California. And he was wanting to get the fuck out of there. So if you watch that movie knowing that, every little character in there is a piece of George Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
And it is the most personal movie he ever made.
A film I never hear many people mention.
Which one is the dead fish? Richie Cunningham, most likely. I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. Is because it just reminded me of another film that's very big here, and I don't know if it's a surfing connection, Big Wednesday. But I never hear anyone talk about it on shows or sort of it never comes up in topic on streams and that sort of thing. Is Big Wednesday a known bigger film there? Do you know the film Big Wednesday?
Not offhand.
I've never heard
Nope.
it. I've
Yeah.
watched the BMX Gang with Nicole Kidman.
I know this is an American film. It's got
okay.
It's got. Let
I
me
wonder if
bring
it's
it up.
under a different name. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering because no one ever talks about it. It's about surfing. It's in, but it's very similar because it's a group of friends just before the Vietnam War.
The North Shore.
It used to be repeated here all the time. And let me just go to.
It sounds
the
familiar,
cast.
and it's got the cast in it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I've never heard of it.
The cast is Gary Busey, John Michael Vincent,
and William Catt.
What's his name? That was the American Hero. The last
William
What was
Catt.
it? Surfing? Yeah. It's a surfing movie.
Yeah, and it's all,
man.
and I think it's based on some real characters. Like there's a guy in it that sort of becomes very popular. He's got a shop there, and he ends up being a homeless guy. And I think some of it's based on.
You solved a big mystery for me now.
Is it the Big Wednesday mystery?
Basically, Point Break, it has surfing in it, and Gary Busey is in it. And if there was another movie with him that had to do with surfing, I bet you that's the reason why they probably put him in the other movie.
And it's a weird one
I have heard of this. Milius wrote this.
It's really well. I remember I've seen it a few times growing up. Maybe just like we got films cheap here; they just repeated on TV all the time because we only had like 3 channels.
I just don't think it's gotten re-released much. That's the problem.
Yeah, and I remember mentioning it once before on a stream, and no one had ever heard of it. And I thought that was weird because it's such an American film. It's about, and it's their last. They have a big night or big weekend before they're all got to go to see if they're going to be conscripted to go off to Vietnam and that sort of thing. And it's sort of got comedy in it. It reminds me a bit of American Graffiti. It's got that sort of vibe.
When you said
the
concept, it sounded familiar. Now that I looked up and seen Milius wrote it, I know I've had to have heard about it before. I just didn't remember the name.
Yeah. So it's always been a mystery to me that it seems to be known better here. I don't know if it's a surfing thing that they just play it all the time because we surfy, but yeah, that not many people seem to have heard of it.
I wanted to ask you a question which I put up here before I forget. This Hannah Howard lady, do you know her from Australia? Is this a known actress?
She's a comedian, and she's one of these. You probably have it there. There's like 10 comedians that turn up on every panel show, and they're crap. Like they're not known for their sort of comedy, but like when they need someone on a panel show to be, funny about a topic or a quiz show. We got a lot of quiz shows that are more for celebrities to go on than the general public. We hardly have any at the moment that are sort of for the general public. It's sort of like just a comedy quiz show sort of thing. She's one of these people that just turns up, and I've never ever seen her be funny.
So it's one of those Chelsea Handler types.
Yes.
Okay. I get the Australian Chelsea Handler, but I think she seems even more annoying than Chelsea Handler somehow. Like she's supposed to be the Steve Carell. I don't see this happening.
This is gonna bomb so badly. Actually, there was a review. There was an early review, and I think today's news, someone had seen it, and I only saw the headline. I meant to go back and read it, just saying it's just gonna be cancelled very quickly. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. We've forgotten how to do comedy in Australia. I think the last good comedy we did was Crocodile Dundee. We used to be very
has, dude. Don't feel bad.
Yeah, that's true. But we used to sort of celebrate the Australian sense of humor and being Australian, like the Crocodile Dundee thing. And even our TV personalities were like that. It was all very loose and that. And we've just completely lost that in this sort of move to wokeness. It's all just sad now and embarrassing. So, yes, I'm apologizing in advance for this show.
You're still funny, though.
Yes, but I'm not on TV.
But I mean, isn't there anybody else kind of like-minded like you in Australia?
Not from maybe other YouTubers. But even the comedy, like even our comedy is terrible now. Like when they have these galas we have a big comedy festival in Melbourne where I am every year, and the comedy festival is pretty good, but they have a gala on TV for it, and that is just impossible to watch now. It's just terrible. Like they've really it's just this PC woke thing. Everyone's got the jokes are all about the same thing, you know, like being an immigrant in the country or being a woman, and it's all just very boring. Yeah, we've lost it.
Well, Jerry Seinfeld was letting us all know that it was the crazy left that made comedy suck until he decided.
I was just going to bring that up.
That's not what.
I didn't mean it.
I didn't
mean to say it. They've been hounding me for weeks.
I got what he was saying. I don't really agree, but I get what he was. I mean, he was backpedaling, but I sort of get that he was saying, well, they're the rules you got to go to. Like you think of, was it the 50s in the film industry with all the rules and about what they could show and that sort of thing. And then you see some old scenes that are, super sexy in those movies because they had to write around all the restrictions they had. So I get sometimes restrictions make you work harder to make something better. I think that was his point, but I don't really agree with his point. But
no,
I didn't get that from his point. The part that I kind of agreed with was like, you shouldn't have to. What I thought he was saying is it shouldn't matter what restrictions there are. If you're funny, you should still be able to find a way to be funny.
Yeah.
Right? But when you have one of the most white bread comedians in the world.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
You can't be funny anymore. What do you say to that? Dude has a point.
His topic is so safe.
Exactly.
He made a film on cereal, so it's not like he's pushing the envelope.
Exactly. Like when the dude is who makes jokes on cereal, because you're 100% right. Like that's his main shtick, right? Like he's a grown man who still eats cereal, and he makes the most like I don't even know the word to use, but I mean they're like just the most tame jokes in the world. I don't even know if I've ever heard him say the F word, let alone any other swear words. And when
I saw him on a interview thing, it's probably just a clip on Instagram or something, and he was talking to, I think it was Ricky Gervais and I can't think of the other two, but all three of the others swore a lot. And he was saying, and they were asking him about not swearing, and he said early on he used to swear, and then he was thinking about that. And one night there was a joke that always killed, and he did it without the swearing, and it didn't work. And just to himself, he thought, just to test himself, he wanted to remove all the swearing and still make people laugh. Like that's a pretty, I get sort of someone pushing themselves that way, but that's where the no swearing sort of came from. That he didn't want jokes to rely on the swearing, but he was smart. He was preempting the modern times.
Well, in that sense, I mean, that's what I was saying. Like he's already a guy who's pushed himself to the point where, like, how much more white bread can you get than him? I mean, when you can sit there and say that Jeff Dunham is more controversial, right? Like, just to me, it's like when this guy is telling you can't be funny anymore, when he's Jerry Seinfeld, arguably probably one of the funniest guys since Bill Cosby, right? Who can be, and look, you can say what you will about what happened. That is not what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about the fact that Bill Cosby knew how to tell a fucking joke, right? Like, he could tell you a yarn for 15 minutes and have you on the floor laughing the whole time. And Jerry was the same way. And it didn't have anything controversial about it, didn't have any swearing about it, didn't have anything that should necessarily offend anybody. But even those minor little things now, that's what he's getting at, is like, you got to overthink every little fucking thing you're saying now, because God forbid you say one thing where you're like, well, that's racist, well, that's sexist, well, that's thisist, well, that's thatist, and he's even getting hecklers. I'm sure he's never really dealt with hecklers since the early days, right?
He was just in Australia, and because of all the problems in the Middle East, he had people screaming out at him in Australia, hecklers. And
I saw. I think I saw that.
Yeah, there was clips going around of him sort of handling that, sort of making fun of him and that sort of thing. But it's probably the first time in his life he's had to deal with that. Well, since he was a young, comic.
That's what I meant. Yeah, since he was like a young buck coming up, at the Comedy Store or wherever, where he's literally a nobody. At that point, once he's Jerry Seinfeld, I mean, this is probably the first time he's ever gotten any pushback.
Have you seen that clip of him on, I think it was on Colbert, where he's asking him his favorite comedian, and he says it's Bill Cosby.
Right.
And
I'm not surprised, I can tell, yeah.
Yeah. And Colbert's just shocked that he'll say that and give it to Jerry. He's like, what do you mean? He goes, can't you separate the artist from what he did? And Stephen Colbert's like, of course not. Of course I couldn't. I can't believe it. And he's like, really? Like Seinfeld was like just so flawed that he was not meant to say that was his favorite comic. And Colbert said, can you still listen to him? He said, yeah, of course. They're the greatest comedy albums of all time. And so at least, I give him that he sort of sticks to his guns with that sort of thing.
I wouldn't say that I could listen to Bill Cosby, but I would definitely, like I just said, I mean, he is still one of the greatest comedians of all time, regardless of what happened after the fact. Sorry, Price. I didn't mean.
No. What I was going to say was that I think that same episode that you're referring to, Robot Head, they went to commercial, and I think when they came back, even there, I think Jerry backpedaled. I don't know why.
Oh, really?
I vaguely thought that like he said what you said. There was a commercial, probably got like a few people to get really upset at him. I don't know from what direction, and he's like he softened his position. That's what I vaguely remember.
I imagine him just running up, going, "You can't like the rapist. Just stop saying that."
Right? I mean, I can to a point. Like, here's the thing: I can generally separate the artist from the art to a point. Where I can draw the line or have to draw the line is like, here's the perfect example is that fucking director who did the movie Jeepers Creepers and Funhouse, right? Like, I cannot watch Funhouse. If y'all know, then you know.
What did he do?
He diddled that kid in that movie and videotaped it. He did his time and everything like that. That's the thing. So like, I don't fault anybody for like, if you like Jeepers Creepers, that's fine. It's just one of those things where I just can't look. He did his time, fine. He got his way back into Hollywood. Even has a connection with Francis Ford Coppola, believe it or not. Victor Salva, that's his name.
Yeah.
But I just can't. I could never watch Funhouse ever again, knowing that. Right? It just doesn't. No. But that's like basically it. Otherwise, like, could I listen to a Bill Cosby album? I don't know if I really could now. But I know the bits well enough that I don't think I have to.
Yeah.
And I think saying what he did at the time is still admirable as far as like that Jerry Seinfeld does basically the modern version of that. I don't think that's a bad thing, at least.
There is one network, not a major network, that in the middle of the night it actually puts old episodes of The Cosby Show. And I ran into it the other day. And I put myself to the test because I wanted to see if I could see it. And it had Bill Cosby kind of sitting in his office, like the doctor's office. And remember Rudy? Like she comes in and starts like kissing him and sitting on his lap. And I don't know why I had to change the channel. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if I could watch the Cosby Show now either. I
drink.
get you. Yeah.
What's a really good doco on him not long ago, and boy was he active in drugging women. They interviewed they got like 60 something or something, but they interviewed about 20 of them about how it happened and what he did. And God, it's so much more full on than you realize.
Well, what's more depraved? I was going to say what's more depraved about it is most of those women would have probably slept with him anyway. That's the sad part. Go ahead.
That's the weird part. They were hanging out with him anyway, like because they thought he was cool.
Right. I mean, that's the sick part here. But again, this is gonna. I feel like with auto asphyxiation, we're going in another dark thing.
We're going right back to where we started.
But what I want to say is that there's something so creepy about the putting to sleep the person thing, and then this. I don't know why this adds like another, almost like a horror movie type of creepy.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But I mean, if he had a bunch of bits, right, that were kind of leaning into that shit where people would be like, oh man, we should have seen this years ago. That'd be a different story, right? Like that's where I think.
Well, he did have that Spanish fly bit, but
there is the Spanish fly bit. That's the one that stands out. I'm not gonna lie, but
and there's the interview with who's the guy that wears the braces? He used to wear the braces. He's sort of an old guy, big glasses. He'd lean on the desk interviewing people.
Larry King?
Yes. There's an interview with him where he's talking about Spanish fly and putting it in girls' drinks. When
that I remember,
Yeah.
Everybody was like, good old Bill. Good old Bill with his jokes.
Well, look, and I'm not trying to like make any fucking excuses for anything that man did, right? Like, because as we just said, look, if you're in a situation where it's bad enough you're cheating on your wife who you have God knows how many goddamn kids with, and then these women would most likely sleep with you any fucking way to do that. Yeah, you're right. That's depraved and disgusting. But some of the jokes and stuff that he was talking about then, I think, I mean, look, there's a lot of movies now that people are like, oh, that's just whatever. Like even Revenge of the Nerds shit that happens in there. It's like, okay, it's a movie and we're laughing about it. And things were quite different back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s and 80s, even into the 90s, right? The PC 90s came in, things changed a little bit. But, and I'm not making an excuse. I'm not saying it was right. We all kind of saw, yeah, men were behaving a bit badly, like more than a bit badly. And you got to kind of come to terms with that at some point. And
the Me Too thing. Every rock star that's still alive from the 60s and 70s is sitting at home just sweating. Just like,
oh yeah, that's what I've said before with the whole Diddy thing. Like when people were talking about that, I'm like, look, I'm not making any excuses for Diddy, but it's like, look, a rock star, it's so easy to forget. Like, look at what was his face from, what was it, Led Zeppelin or whatever?
Jimmy
Kidnapped
Page?
that fucking 13-year-old for like 2 years or whatever it was. Yeah.
oh, and
we
there's
did shit
famous
about it.
groupies that wrote books and footage of the Stones on the airplane with all the nude chicks. And yeah, it's all of them must be just thinking, hopefully I die before they turn on me, because they've all got skeletons in the closet. But drugging them even when you can sleep, that's the weird part.
Dude,
that's what
Cosby,
makes them
yeah,
extra
what the
sick.
fuck, man. And not only that,
that's why-
you had it all, man. Shit.
In all those other things, you can say, well, it was the times, it was consensual, although they were groupies. But with Bill Cosby, there's really no way to explain this.
Just a power trip. Have you heard Eddie Murphy talking about him, that he used to tell him to clean up his act?
I love that bit on
yeah.
Raw. I heard that actually happened.
Yeah,
I believe it did.
Because his son went to his concert and his son came back and told him what it was, and he like freaked the fuck out on him and called him and shit. Because that's the other, well, that goes into the other problem with this whole ordeal. The bigger elephant in the room is that Bill Cosby presented himself for how many years as this model black man, father / doctor / comedian / whatever. I mean, he was a lot of things, teacher, professor, all these things. And then you got the balls to call up Eddie Murphy and say, you cannot say filth in front of people, but you can do it behind closed doors as long as you drug them.
Yeah, you just got to drug them first.
Right? Like,
but he's out now, isn't he? He got off. Like didn't it get?
He certainly got off.
The convictions did get thrown out.
And I think the same thing is going to happen with Weinstein in the end. Is a lot of these people, they got paid off and they signed agreements.
Well, Weinstein's a weird one too, because most of that was agreed upon. Everyone was getting something out of that. I mean, if I get cancelled now for sticking up for Weinstein, I'm not really doing that. Sort of.
No, but I read the whole case through,
but
and I was like, how did he even get convicted?
Yeah, it was. He must. Yeah, the timing for him, like there wasn't a lot.
It was
of,
all the timing, dude. Like,
yeah.
Totally.
Somebody mentioned in the comments here the movie Animal House. Robin Skubla says, "Remember Animal House? I'm 13."
Yep.
Yeah, that movie maybe today some people would have issues with it.
Porky's, no way that could come out today.
Porky's.
Even American Pie.
But even Animal House, where he's up on the ladder looking at him. I remember that one because when VHS players came out in Australia, there was like the video store had about 5 tapes. There was, and we all wanted to see all the films we weren't allowed to see, when we were young. So Alien and The Exorcist, but Animal House was up there because we'd all heard that there was boobs in Animal House. So yes, I know it well.
Such a classic.
It is.
None of those films could be made today.
Nothing. Nothing could be made today.
Absolutely not. No.
And
like
I don't think we're
there's
better.
a bit at the end where John Belushi kidnaps a woman. That's how the film ends.
Yeah.
He grabs a woman, throws her in the car.
They end up
and drives
getting
off.
married, though.
Right.
So that's the joke, right? Like, see, that's
Yeah.
the thing. It's a sense of humor to it. Would somebody really do that in real life? No. That's the joke.
Like, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for my 4K Blu-ray of Blazing Saddles next month, and I was just like,
gosh,
that movie you could. I mean, oh my god, you can almost get strung up for watching that movie today, much less making it. It's.
But the annoying thing is, like Tom's saying, they're missing the joke.
Exactly.
The joke even then is still landing in the right place. It's just that people don't want to see it anymore.
The
Like the
part
joke is the rednecks and how they're treating the black guy, you know.
The part
But-
where the sheriff arrives and it's the
Yeah.
black sheriff. To this day, that scene makes me laugh. You can say whatever you want. To this day,
The whole
that's funny to
fucking
me.
thing makes me laugh. Not only that, they're a bunch of inbred rednecks, right? Because
Oh,
they
yeah.
all got the same last
They
name.
all- yeah. Howard Johnson is right.
Howard
My
Johnson
first
is
video
right.
I did on Mando, I used that as the start of the video, and I thought this video is going to get kicked up, banned for sure. Like it's never going to get, you know, I'm going to be in trouble for this video, but nothing happened. But I used that start where he arrives in town. I forget why I picked to use that, but I remember using it.
You know what's sad about that is I remember watching that as a kid on television for the first time. And the weird thing was outside of the F words, they didn't cut anything else out.
No.
The only thing they
No.
cut out was the fart noises. So my mom
Yeah,
had to
exactly.
explain to
That
me
was-
what was going on. I'm like, why? And even at that age, I'm just sitting here
That
going,
was-
why even show it if you're not going to have them farting? What
Yeah,
the hell's
that's
point?
that was the thing that the censors were upset about was farting.
Yeah. But
Farting
yeah,
around
every
the fire.
N word is in there.
Oh,
I don't even think the N word became taboo on TV until probably the aughts. I mean, I'm still remembering even shows that would still have it on and stuff. Like NYPD Blue, that was like they would wear that word with a badge of honor, it seemed like, for a while. Or some of those shows, it felt like. I mean, I'm not saying we should be able to go around saying it. I'm just saying it's just like, you know, like, God, are you really going to throw a fit over that? Like the whole movie is about this town who loses all its prejudices because they realize how stupid they are by judging a person by the color of their skin. Imagine that. Like,
do you think you were going to change things? These people are the salt of the earth.
you know,
You know,
morons.
Oh yeah, such a classic. Love that film.
Oh, it's great.
I'm amazed too, like the amount of boobs through the 80s and 90s in films. Probably more the 80s.
You couldn't even make Police Academy now, and that movie was technically proto woke then.
Yeah.
If you look at the actual point of the film, it's about a bunch of misfits who would never be cops because they needed more cops. So they opened up and they had this non-discriminate. It was actually based on an actual law that happened. And that's what's
Is that
funny
true?
about the. Yes,
It was
the intro of the movie is literally like almost word for words that one of the producers had heard from one of the people they talked to, because it came from, because there was these protests or something going on at the time. One of the producers, they had all the cops come out, and it was like, geez, you guys got the cops down here quick. He's, oh, these are Academy boys. And he goes, yeah, this has been he goes, we don't know what the hell to do with them anymore. He goes, ever since the fucking governor started that program or demolished the God, what the hell was it called? You know, basically where you had to be so tall, so fit, so whatever to be a cop. We've got everybody signing up now. He goes, but the best part is he goes, we can flunk them out after the first couple weeks. He was talking about this, but
so it's literally based on a true story.
It is. He's like, and then like the whole quote in the beginning about, you know, they of course they freaked out. Well, like that's, I guess, something that really did happen, because like as soon as they had said that, like, you could open this up, it's like, do you realize that every Tom, Dick, and Harry is going to try and be a cop now, and then we got to take these fuckers? And that was what they were freaking out about. But that was what the guy was talking about, was like after like 2 weeks or whatever, is they can flunk them out. So like that's what they do, is they just flunk them out because they knew they weren't going to be decent cops. But of course, the movie is about underdogs, and that was kind of the whole thing. It's basically Animal House and a police academy. So.
It's amazing how it's one of those films you think, oh, Police Academy, you know, it's sort of it's dumb and stupid. But if you catch it on TV, it's funnier than you remember. And there's so many scenes you remember. Like you've actually
the first four
so
are
many
solid.
memorable scenes, you know.
The first four, maybe even five, are pretty solid. After that, of course, they're
I
trash.
think 5 is a downhill one because Mahoney is already gone.
He's gone, but the reason I like 5 is because it's more of a Lassard movie. But that's it. That's the
I
only reason.
like it, but you know what? For me, the first 4 are the ones that I consider the real 4.
I just think it's hilarious that it takes the whole movie for Lassard to figure out that the kidnapping is real, and as soon as he does, he kicks everybody's ass.
That is a good part of the movie, but with all that being said, I think that
it misses Mahoney. I agree.
It misses Mahoney. It really, really misses him. Mahoney is so important for these movies.
Yeah,
to the point where they literally gave his exact role to Lassard's nephew. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it doesn't work.
No, it's just I don't think I've seen anything past 5.
You don't need to.
There's one that they're in Russia, and there's
Yeah,
one.
as I was looking it up.
That is hardly a movie, man. It was just a. Oh my
Awful.
god!
What did they get up to?
Well, there's
looks
7
like-
films, but they had the animated series and the TV series as well, where a
Yeah.
bunch of the
Yeah.
people showed up on there too. And the TV series was like basically an extension of the movies in that respect. So yeah, they got to a point where they're just like, well, we made so many of these movies now, we might as well just make a series. I think is what they did. But
Some of those comedies you think are like fairly PC because you don't think about that much. And like, I'll have my nephews over or something. You think, oh, I can put Police Academy on. Then you realize there is the head job scene at the end where she's under the.
Oh no, you want to skip right to 3 if you're going to show Police Academy to kids. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you remember about 5 different scenes that aren't exactly PC.
Because the first 2 are totally not for kids. Once you get to 3,
Yeah.
then they realized, oh shit, kids are watching this.
But you know what? It wasn't only in those movies. Think of Terminator 1. The love scene between Sarah Connor and Kyle Reese is really
I know why.
important.
That's why my parents wouldn't let me watch that movie. It wasn't the violence.
It's a really important scene because they need to convince you that that was a meaningful night. And when you see her kind of with her boobs, like, you know, bouncing up and down, you feel like that night had significance.
Dude,
But they
I'll
used
tell
to
you what,
do-
all you have to do is date a few women to know that she had never met a man like that in her entire life. And when I say man, I mean with a capital M.
Yeah.
And that's why she was like Niagara fucking Falls.
And
That
that's
shit was
with him
happening.
wearing, and he's wearing a Darrow's pants, a bum's pants off the street.
Exactly. He
So
stinks
you can imagine
probably.
how he smelled.
Piss
And she
and
still was
wine.
that keen.
Right. And,
And
and the thing,
BO.
you know what I always liked? It seems so simple, but the thing with the hand that they're like clenching each other's hands, and then they're like, you know,
Oh, she has
There-
never fucked like that since or before. I'll tell you what.
it seemed like it was a very meaningful night for Sarah.
Oh, it
Connor.
was.
But the clutching hand starts. Aren't they all taken from Play Misty for Me? Do you know that film?
Is that the one that Clint Eastwood has
years,
a
but
has
yeah.
a stalker?
Yeah,
I believe that was
and
his
there's-
first directorial debut too.
Yeah, I'm
wasn't
pretty
it?
sure it was.
Yeah, I think it was.
And he did the soundtrack and everything. And there's they make love out in the forest, and there's a whole lot to do with the hands clasping it. And when you see that, then there's like so many films copied that hand scene, sort of to show how intense they're going for it.
It's good. The hands work. I don't know. It does whatever it does. The only thing I'll say about Play Misty, I don't know why. I don't remember now the ending of it, but I feel like the movie was a bummer for me. I don't love that movie. I will say that Fatal Attraction probably wouldn't exist if Misty wouldn't have existed.
Yeah, that's true.
Fatal Attraction, though, I think was like a really alarming movie. I think a lot of men watched it and were like, "Oh no."
Yeah, It's just men around the world were like, "Oh my god, I've got to get rid of the mistress."
Right. It really, I think that movie really did that. I don't think there's ever been a movie that like was like taught men that like mistresses could be dangerous more than Fatal Attraction. And Glenn Close is a good actress. I mean, personally, I can't understand why he had the wife he had and how good she looked, and then you wanted to be with, Glenn Close, which didn't look as good as his wife. But putting all of that aside, I can understand the issue.
I have a new appreciation, probably in the last few years, of all those sort of 90s Harrison Ford,
Presumed Innocent.
Yeah, and all those films, like they're just so well put together. They're sort of on the cheesy side, but just they're so well made. Like when you watch them, whenever I find myself, I'll come on TV late at night, I'm heading to bed, and I'll get stuck watching one of them, and they're just so well made. Like when they made proper movies.
A Few Good Men is a good movie. If you watch that one,
That was on last week. The same thing happened to me. I got stuck watching that.
That happened to me like a month ago. Like it came on.
That
TV,
movie is one of those weird movies where at the end, it only works just because Jack Nicholson trips. If he hadn't tripped, there wouldn't be a movie.
Yeah.
But you know who's surprisingly bad in it? When I was watching, I couldn't believe. Oh, what's her name? The main woman in it.
Demi
Demi
Moore?
Moore.
Demi Moore, what a terrible actress she's. Like the others are
She's
all
not very good in it. Yeah,
acting their asses off. Like it's
she's
just
a little
like
out of her league there.
Tom
quite a
Cruise
bit.
though gives maybe one of his best performances.
Oh yeah,
to
well that's
date.
because he's trying to keep up with Jack, and Jack's like just. I'm not saying he's phoning it in, but like it's like breathing for him. So it's like you know.
But even the night before, because I hadn't seen it for years, but I just sort of caught it when the night before they're preparing to confront him the next day, and Tom's gone out and got drunk, and he's wringing wet from the rain, and he's going through the case, and he's getting angry with Demi Moore and the other guy that's helping as well. You know that they're not doing a good enough job, and he's acting his ass off, and then Demi Moore's just sort of nothing's happening behind the eyes. I never took in how bad she was in some of those films.
Well, she looked all right. I think that her look was what really helped the situation.
She's like a Winona Ryder, basically. She's a good actress when you put her up against, semi-decent actors, fine. But you start throwing her in a ring with people like Anthony Hopkins and Gary Oldman and shit like that, way out of their league.
And she ended up in so many films with so many big actors. So,
oh yeah. Well, it's because she's a name, but that doesn't mean she could act. I mean, she's earned her keep now. Like it took her a while to kind of, like she had to kind of rebound there, like with like striptease or whatever it was. Kind of was a rebound for a while.
There was a movie which is one of the worst movies I've ever seen that bothers me until this day. I'm trying to think of what it was called. The one that she works at an office with Michael Douglas.
Oh yeah, that Disclosure.
Oh,
that
man.
was one that she got. That was what I was saying. Like, it's funny you guys are talking about these movies, and I'm sitting here. The one that come to my mind wasn't that one, but it was. It's an opposite one, but it kind of made me think of how cheesy some of these older films were, and how quote unquote, just like look at Witness as a grand example because you brought up Harrison Ford before.
Yeah,
that movie is basically a Harlequin romance novel.
It is.
The motherfucker got nominated for Oscars and shit. And you watching it still works. It's a damn good movie. It's just full on just fiction and a half. I mean, none of that shit would really work out in real life. But like, even then they could make stuff like that, or A Few Good Men, right? Like that was kind of my point with it all falling apart. Cause like, it's really just teeters on that scene, that whole entire movie. Cause other than that scene, like that scene makes that entire fucking movie. Right.
But
so like,
and a lot of those films, they don't have any fat. Like films now, like 2.5 hours and you watch those films, and like you're saying, they're actually cheesy if you think about it, and stupid.
Yeah,
but they're so well made, and every scene's important, and they just cut exactly to what they need to be to entertain the audience. And you just know why people left the cinema like that. Is had a great night eating popcorn and watching actors tell them this story that's just for one film. It's not going to be a sequel. It's not going to be 3 in the series. There's just these tight films.
Yeah, I miss those, man.
I mean,
and I find some once in a while, but usually they're straight to streaming.
I have to say, Disclosure, though. Do you remember what happens? Basically,
yeah, it's when she fucks him and she sexually harasses him and all that shit. It's basically like, and then I think she sets him up and blackmails him or something like that, isn't it? It's been years since I've seen it.
But the whole thing starts off that like they're working late. And then she grabs his dick, quote unquote, against his will, and puts, sorry, I know this is graphic, but in her mouth. And he's like, no, like, how dare you? And there's something about that whole movie that doesn't make sense to me. I know he was a married man. I understand that. This is Demi Moore probably in her prime. Michael Douglas seems like a guy that even if he was married, if like Demi Moore did that, I don't think he'd be calling like the authorities. You know what I mean? Something about that movie doesn't work for me.
I did grow up thinking women were going to be way more aggressive than they were, because all those films, the women are super aggressive.
I don't think that there's many men in that situation that would call the authorities or whatever, file like charges. I don't know. I'm not saying maybe there's somebody in the world that would, but it's not likely.
I appreciate what the movie was trying to do, but I think you're right. I think it went about it in a bad way.
Well, there was a power imbalance there because she was the boss and whatnot.
And at the time, I mean, it was kind of gutsy to have the female being the aggressor.
Yes, it was gutsy, but it doesn't.
I totally understand where you're coming from.
The same problem that existed then still exists today. I'd have a good laugh at the movie then. If you remade the same movie now, I'd still have a good laugh. At the end of the day,
I can't remember that one. Does he go to the authorities about her hassling him? Does he?
basically he pulls his instrument out of her mouth, and he's like, "How dare you?" And then he calls. I'm serious. And then he tells his wife what happened, and together they like file a report or something, and they want to
Yeah.
sue her for trying to like give him a blow job.
Yeah. He sues for
I
sexual
thought I'd seen
harassment.
I thought I'd seen all those films, but I don't know. I don't think I've seen that one. I don't remember that at all.
That one is unacceptable, man. It's just as unacceptable. I
It
could
hasn't
believe
really stood through the test of
Okay.
time.
No,
but yeah.
no. Yeah. He sues
But
for
even
sexual
like Basic
harassment.
Instinct, you watch Basic Instinct, like you said, it's like a soap opera. It's like The Bold and the Beautiful or something. They're so stupid, but they just made such entertaining movies.
Mhm.
I'll tell you this: if they would have made that the boss like weighs 5 tons, and he didn't want to, but she says, "If you don't do this, like let me do this, you'll lose your job." Maybe I can understand a movie like that a little more. Demi Moore like wearing like lingerie and trying to put the thing in her mouth, it just doesn't work. I don't know who thought. So whoever made that movie may not have been a straight dude. Somebody that made that movie didn't understand how men operate. He would not be calling his wife, and they're not going to file charges together. That's not going to happen.
Those sexy sort of adult films, like they just don't exist anymore either. Like, I mean, it might be on streaming and that, but it's like,
Oh hell, they don't even have actors kiss each other anymore.
Yeah,
unless
like
it's a gay couple.
Like that movie Twisters, which basically at the end of the movie, like they don't kiss. And initially when I saw it, I'm like, oh, well, they decided not to do it. The more I think about it, the more it annoys me. It's like they kind of were flirting the whole movie. It seems like at the end, just do the thing and end the movie. Nope. They're like, they look at each other and they leave it ambiguous because they don't want to offend anybody that a man and a woman like each other.
Yeah.
And it's what drove everything since the beginning of time, like romance in films and built up tension and will they or won't they, or like whole shows like Moonlighting and even Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back, the love story. It's what drove every story ever, and it's like now they just won't even go near it. We can't have anyone like anyone. I mean, we can have lesbian witches and gay romance, but we can't have any straight romance.
I was going to say, can you imagine if a guy come in and said, "You need to be kissed and often by someone who knows how"?
Yeah, we got all the gay romance in Agatha this week.
I missed that last episode.
Oh,
I heard it was awful, and I have
to. Sisters, ooh.
It's something like that. It's ridiculous.
That's quite a stinger.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a whole song.
Yeah. No, the whole episode is it's all about Billy, the teen.
Robot Head, I don't know if you know this, but after you said you were drinking Jack Daniels, I couldn't now start drinking that, but I actually drank a beer.
It's good to hear. I'm thinking about going to make another one.
Well, I suppose I should probably let the hours are probably late for Tom and for Professor R too, so I should probably let them off the hook.
Either way, at this point, I mean, I don't know.
At this point, we're just like, fuck it.
We're up,
like,
and, yeah.
If this is like a Jerry Lewis telethon at this point,
I ain't gonna go that far. But
streams seem to have cleaned up a bit. I remember when I first started going to streams and everyone used to get blind drunk, and now it's like people realize that they got to watch what they say. Avoid internet drama.
Yeah, I guess people have to be more careful. I don't
probably
know.
that, and just worry about losing somebody's channel on them or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's you definitely don't want to go blowing somebody else's channel with your.
Yeah, that would be awkward. So let me tell you some stories. You bet some rock stars dying while they were jerking off on the nude on the back of a door. I got some photos.
I still don't understand that. I mean, that's a terrible way to die. And what pleasure? This is what I was asking you before. What's so good about trying to choke yourself and doing that at the same time?
Don't knock
Well, it
it till
must
you
be
try
incredible.
There you
I
go.
mean,
I
how
have no
incredible?
idea. I have no, yeah.
I don't know. I think that these people are crazy to think that does anything
I'm
special.
assuming it probably has something to do with the head rush, but at that point, you're like, why don't you just do recreational drugs then, man? I mean,
Right.
Well,
I mean,
I think when you've done everything, like Michael Hutchinson probably did,
I
you're just
guess.
looking for that next level the
Well,
whole time.
and then David Carradine did the same fucking thing. So,
yeah.
and that dude's older than shit.
didn't they try to sweep that under the carpet though?
See, yeah, that one's a
Yeah,
little
they
bit more
kinda did.
funkier. That one's got a bit of, but you know, you could say the same thing about Michael too, as far as that goes, or whatever. But a lot of these celebrity, especially musicians, I question a lot of them. Especially since Michael Jackson and Prince, I am not convinced, but I'm not going to get into all that shit.
You're not convinced that they passed
Accidentally
away?
overdosed. Yeah.
Well, in the case of Michael
Oh, I'm
Jackson,
assuming. Oh, they're dead. But I don't think they
Well,
accidentally overdosed.
I think with the case of Michael Jackson, it's I think that there's something suspicious in the sense that maybe somebody thought that it would be better that way for insurance money or something. But with Prince, I don't know. Not sure
I'd
about
say
Prince.
not insurance money, but you're kind of warm. And again, I don't want to get your channel shut down. So let's just say
Kind
there
of
was
warm,
certain-
unlike Michael Jackson.
unlike
Very,
Michael
very
Jackson is
cold.
now. That's very true. But let's just say there was a certain record company that really wanted him to sell his catalog because he not only
That's
owned
true.
his music, but he owned more music than anybody else in the world. And he had been badgered for years to sell even a portion of it, and he wouldn't. And there's a lot of things going on. And at that time, the music industry was conglomerating itself to where now we only have like 3 major holders of all the music in the world. It's crazy.
So
And,
after he died,
there's
did
a
they
lot of
manage
shit.
to buy everything?
Let's just say it was a lot easier.
But
Joshua in the
I
comments
agree that
said there's worse ways to go. Was it Joshua? Someone just said in the comments there would be
And
worse
Prince
ways
is
to
kind of
go.
a similar thing too. But
Prince, I feel like he had some hip surgery thing and he got too comfortable with those painkillers.
maybe Prince is a little bit more, maybe.
Because
But
for years he seemed like he wasn't being pushed around, and I feel like at the end, Prince's enemy in this case was Prince. He wanted to continue to go around and being Prince, and he was getting older. He had some hip problem, and
From
this
the high
problem-
heels.
Yeah, I'm sure that those high heels didn't help him. I mean, men usually don't wear high heels, and
Apparently that's what it was, jumping off the speaker stacks in high heels.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then he wanted to continue to
the only thing with that is it's not like Prince never did drugs before. And honestly, you
but I
got
think those
guys like that.
I think the prescription ones are worse.
They are.
because you build
But
up.
most
and up
guys
and
like
up.
that know when enough is enough. That was
Yeah.
the point I was going to get to. Is if they usually make it out of their shaky rock star days of craziness, they kind of know when enough is enough. Those are the times when you see a bunch of rock stars, they turn themselves into fucking rehab like 20 times. Yeah, because they know when that they hit that line. Usually, they're like, "Oh shit, if I don't quit, I'm gonna die." But again, it's just kind of funky because Warner and him did not get along very well historically.
Nope.
And it's all kind of funky. And that's the thing with musicians, especially, they're always worth a hell of a lot more when they're gone. That's the scary part.
Elvis made
Yep.
way more once he was dead.
Oh, yes, he did.
Mm-hmm.
And I was telling you, I think it was something on him the other night. These doctors they have that'll just give him prescriptions for whatever they want. And it's
Well, that's a
deliver drugs
problem
to their
too,
house.
right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That gives you the whole
Tupac was also worth
possible
more.
other story.
Tupac was also worth more dead than alive.
He's one I'd actually believe might be still somewhere hiding out because his whole thing was really funky because he was alive for like 4 or 5 days after he got shot. Then he died in the hospital. It's kind of weird.
I didn't know that. I thought he died on the spot. I didn't know he lived for.
No, that was
days.
Biggie that I think died on the spot. See, like Tupac was a weird one because everybody's like, wait a minute, you don't survive a couple of gunshots like that for a few days and then up and die. That's weird. I mean,
The
yeah,
other one,
not abnormal, but still weird.
the other one that if we're going to pick ones we think could be alive is Jim Morrison, because his body was taken. They left him in the bath for days, and then the body was taken before anyone saw it.
Well, I think
That's a nutty one too. Him and Bruce Lee and a few other ones have some really sordid, weird things surrounding why and where the body was found and how it was.
Well, with Jim Morrison, and this is just, I maybe they show that in one of the movies or one of the things. I think that he mistakenly combined between H and Blow, or he thought one was the other one.
That's the story, but the story is that it didn't actually happen in his bathtub.
No, I don't think. I'll tell you what I think happened. I think that his Pam or whatever her name was saw what was happening, and a lot of these people, when that kind of stuff happens, even Belushi was like that. They're not in a hurry to call the authorities or ambulance or anything. They don't want any of those people involved. They think, I'll make it go away. So I think Pam dragged him into the bathtub, thinking, I'll put him in this bathtub and he'll come back. He'll just return.
Well, there's some people
himself.
who say that he actually died in that one club, and I can't remember the name of it.
Also
and
possible.
A few other people drug him upstairs for whatever reason it was. I can't even remember. It's been a while since I heard this.
Because they didn't want anything to do with it. What's a better way to have them, die in your club, or to say, oh, he died in this weird bathtub? Well, see you later.
Basically, that's something along those lines. And again, it's not like it's whatever, but it's also funky as to how certain individuals go. Because you brought up the other guy too, from the Rolling Stones. And
the guy from the Rolling Stones, he and Keith Richards were dating the same woman. There was some kind of conflict there. At the end, somehow he died in the pool, and nobody said anything more. And that death seems kind of odd to me.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
And Bruce Lee.
Either way, if I'm hanging on a door or I'm on the toilet like Elvis, or in a bath, can someone put my pants on before the authorities come?
Right?
Guys seem to be found with their pants off, and I don't want to be found that way.
No shit.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, we'll make sure your wishes are honored.
Also,
he was hanging on the back of the door, but he did have his pants on.
He had his pants on.
So we know it wasn't audio asphyxiations.
Yeah. With that one, I like the authorities that everyone was happier to say he killed himself than that he accidentally did it getting off. Like, people are so embarrassed by that. I'd rather be known that it was an accident. Look, sorry. Yeah, I was getting off. I didn't really want to kill myself.
What did Bruce Lee die of? Because he took a Tylenol. He took a Tylenol.
Yeah, he took some pain medication is what's the official story. He had some pain medication.
Very strange story.
Yeah, it was something. It was some prescription.
He supposedly made his brain swell.
Yes, and brain swelling. Yep,
due to an allergic reaction.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was whatever kind of Tylenol it was, or something like that at the time. It was he took. Can't remember. I think it was some sort of acetaminophen of some type. I can't remember. But yeah, it's a little fishy, but not as fishy as some of the other ones. And that one I can. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that one I can believe because he is having back issues because he had thrown his back out on his last movie at that time. But sorry.
His whole life, he didn't take a Tylenol. He suddenly took it and he died. I don't know. It's just weird.
All these great people are dead. And Kathleen Kennedy and Ryan Johnson are still alive.
Still here.
Till 500 years old.
Just to spite us.
Still running Lucasfilm.
She's gonna run it for another 50 years.
Still losing $500 million a year on what should be a property that just prints money. But
yeah, you didn't even really have to do anything.
No,
like you had literally the easiest fucking job in the world. And even George said that. That's the hilarity of it. When George is like, all I gotta do is just extended universe. The books are there. It's all there. It's all written out.
Yep. Like, they don't have any material that they can turn to for producing great films and television shows. Ugh. Yeah, and then their turn towards, well, we gotta shut down all as much of the classic film, memorabilia, figures, art. Also, we got to shut down as much of that we can.
I was gonna say, like,
on the new stuff make people buy action figures of the new series of films and TV shows.
Tossing out the EU makes more sense to me than that. See, that's the thing. And I know it may, I think some people are going to gasp and go, what? But I know, no, like, honestly, because look, from a creative standpoint, you have all this stuff going on. If you have certain directors and creatives who want to get on board and do certain things, they're going to want to bring their own thing to the table, and they're not going to want to be tied down. And I get that. And I know for the most part, a good portion of the fans, probably a good 60 to 75%, would have been just happy enough had you just adapted the novels, the main series, as is. Fine. But at that point, I'm like, look, I know that these directors are going to want to come in and do their own thing. I don't have a problem with that. But the thing that makes no sense is, why kill the past? That absolutely makes no sense.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're buying something for the name, for the concept, for what it is, for what it represents. You want to milk that for all it's freaking worth, right? Like, that's what you're buying, at that point. If you don't embrace the past, then anything you do going forward is going to be exactly like, that's the thing now. Disney Star Wars is going to become a metaphor for that going forward.
Yeah. So here's the problem, though. If you don't kill the past, if you allow that, those films, the first three that are pretty much universally adored, the prequels that some people really love, depends on your generation. Some people like them, some people don't. But if you don't sort of make them disappear, everything you make is always going to be compared to those films. Everything you make is always going to be in the shadow of those films. And they knew from the start, Kathleen Kennedy knew from the start, she was never going to be able to compete with that. And so they have to disappear those older films as much as they can. Otherwise, everything they make is going to look bad by comparison.
I see where your logic, as far as applying it to somebody like Kathleen Kennedy, might work. But at the same time, I don't know about that. See, because she comes from a lot of that pedigree to where I just can't believe that. I can't believe that she didn't lean so heavily into the past to where we should almost have been like, when The Force Awakens happened, I was almost kind of like, Jesus, you're leaning a little too much into this. Like, it's almost like it's a little too much Star Wars in here, to the point where everybody said it's just basically A New Hope all over again.
Well, yeah, it was. It was just A New Hope over again.
And and it was at the end of the day. But at that point, look, that's a solid foundation to build from. From there, you can go just about anywhere. You can build off of the expectations. Rian Johnson, look, subverting the expectations of the audience is not a bad thing, but the way he did it was stupid. It's about like Joker 2,
incredibly,
right?
Yeah.
How you subvert people's expectations at that point is, okay, the audience's expectations is, we just saw The Force Awakens be exactly like Episode 4. So our expectations is the next one's going to be a lot like Empire Strikes Back. Well, guess what? It's not. You take some things and you kind of make people think that at first, and then you kind of flip things around, twist them a bit here and there, make some things rhyme, like George says. And that's where I don't think people would have had a problem if, like, okay, so what? Kylo and Rey are brother and sister. Well, of course it would make sense that Han Solo and Leia would hide their daughter if their son went to the dark side, because they would be afraid that he might try to turn her into it. And she's younger enough than him that when he got sent off to Luke, that he might not know about her existence yet. He didn't get a chance to get word out. And by the time he turned, they're like, well, it's a good thing he doesn't know about her. Now we can hide her and nobody knows about her. Right? That makes sense. Like, God forbid you have something like that kind of rhymes with the old movies, but it's still kind of doing its own thing. Right? And then you have to reconcile the fact that these are brother and sister now facing each other and not father and son. Or you play with the fact that he did know, and guess what? You get your Empire ending when he goes, guess what? I am your brother. And she's like, what? That means I watched you kill our dad. You fucker. Yeah. And that adds a whole new level to the drama then, right? It's like, so, how hard was that? I wrote that in 10 seconds. That's a first pitch you throw out there.
He's so clever.
Yeah.
And, it'll go down in history as the biggest fuck up in cinema.
Yeah.
And guess what? That leaves the door open for Finn to actually learn how to be a Jedi and be a good guy and be the love interest, because he's got a heart on for her like crazy, because 90% of his lines are Rey.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody was done dirtier than Finn's character.
Exactly.
It was
Like,
embarrassing.
I don't know if
that
enough
teaser
people ever
trailer.
wanted to see two people get together like that in our kind of like, we don't care about that stuff normally, the shipping thing, but I don't think anybody would have had a problem had those two got together and done their thing and he been a Jedi. I don't think anybody had a problem with that.
No, but Rey's a strong female woman. She doesn't need no man.
They both could be Jedi. There's not a problem with that.
But John Boyega, he must have thought with that teaser trailer and the first film that he was going to be the star or co-star.
Well, did you ever
of
see
this
that
series.
interview with him? Where he,
when he started being truthful about how he felt about it all.
well, not just that, but he talked about his first meeting with JJ. JJ promised him he was going to be a Jedi.
Mm.
And he felt
No,
like
I've
he
never
got
seen
done
that
dirty.
interview.
Yeah, he was talking about that. He's like, yeah, he goes, are you ready? He goes, we're going to set it up. And even in the original script or one of the versions of the script that even had it, I don't know if they shot the scene or not, where he even says something about he always kind of had this feeling that he might have been a Jedi, but he got drafted into the New Order.
And it makes so much sense to the story.
Yeah,
it does.
And makes the story so much more interesting.
Yeah.
Well, it would make sense as to why he just kind of feels like this is not where I'm meant to be. You know?
Mhm. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then again, it also gives you a reason for like, Kylo to kind of understand why he would be such a big deal when he's missing, because otherwise, why would they give a shit?
But he had to do a Seinfeld. Basically, he went and he said that he was angry or that they did him dirty, and then he's like, after maybe a week, he said, "I spoke to Kathleen Kennedy, and we had a very honest
Well,
conversation
you know what
about
happened there?
race."
She went through a struggle session, is what I heard.
Yeah, I think that she went through he went through a struggle session.
She did.
What do you mean she went? What happened to her?
Because of what he said. He said that all that stuff that we just talked about and the way that they treated his character and how he felt because he come out and said that, Disney was like, oh shit. And so they had their meeting, and from what I heard, she went through a struggle session over that.
I feel for some reason I feel like
The
some
same thing
lawyer-
they wanted Gina to do.
Right, but that's the double standard. They'll want Gina to do it. Kathleen Kennedy probably spoke to a few lawyers, and the lawyers
I heard
called-
that she actually did go through with it, because you got to remember this white woman guilt shit. This is almost like a fetish for them, dude.
Oh, maybe. I'll give you that. There's at least a chance. I assumed that it would be like some lawyers calling other lawyers, and then he said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I misspoke." Kind of like Seinfeld.
No, I get where you're coming from, but no, you got to remember the state where they're at and the type of person that Kathleen Kennedy is. If you read that one, was it Rolling Stone? I think she did it with, where she talks about going on to a taping of Saturday Night Live and noticing that none of the camera operators were women and all this stupid shit. Like, she thinks about this shit constantly.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And she has
She's
for a long time.
Yeah, she's a dyed-in-the-wool feminist.
That's what I'm saying. So like, for her to be able to partake in a struggle session where she may have accidentally did a racist, well, then she can wear that as a badge of honor.
She did a Camilla though. I try and avoid the politics talk because I'm on the other side of the world, and I don't want to start any problems. But I love the interview, and I've used it a few times where, it's some award she's getting or some women's thing, conference thing, and they're saying, how are we going to change the industry? And she's like, I don't know. It's been so long. It's like, you've been one of the most powerful people in Hollywood for decades. Like, you could have helped other women this whole time if you wanted to, and put them into better positions if you believe that this is all true. But she wants to pretend that she's new on the scene, Kathleen, and she's gonna fix all the problems. They're just full of shit.
No, because she's also then got to turn around and admit that all the success she's had has been at the hands of men.
Exactly.
Because if you look at her resume, if she's not producing anything by Steven Spielberg, Robert Zemeckis, George Lucas, or God forbid, even M. Night Shyamalan, Ding Dong, when he was at his height, you get crap like Milk Money. Like, who remembers that movie?
I don't.
Do you know what it's about? And this is the funny thing. This is one I think people should remind Miss Kathleen Kennedy that she produced. It's a movie about a couple of kids who collect up their milk money to hire a hooker to lose their virginity.
Yep.
Really?
And it's got Melanie Griffith in it.
Yeah, it
and,
had Melanie Griffith.
William Hurt, isn't it?
Oh.
Or no, is it not William Hurt? Is it William Hurt? No,
Maybe
it's
I
the other
should
guy.
check it out.
Trying to remember his name, which one it is.
Ed Harris.
Ed Harris, that's what I was. I always get those two flip flopped depending on whatever. But yeah, I knew it was one of those two. I was trying to remember. Yeah,
Has one of the worst covers to a movie I've ever
Yes.
seen. Actually, there's two, but one's shocking. She's got the big yellow hair.
if I ever got a chance to talk to her, like that would be one of the first questions I'd ever ask. Do you remember that movie made called Milk Money, where you had it was about a bunch of 12-year-old kids who pool their milk money to hire a hooker?
Malcolm McDowell's in it. Some of these, yeah.
It's something. Yeah.
Otherwise, I think she produced shit like Money Pit, and I'm trying to think of some of the other stuff that she's done that was non-Spielberg. Which Money Pit was probably one of the few that she did that actually had some success to it. She did eventually produce some other stuff, but it's always stuff that has some other pedigree attached to it, right? You know what I mean? Like she's never the creative driving force. And as I remind people, this just Chicky Poo's had the easiest, cushiest job in Hollywood since 1982. How hard is it to be a producer for Steven Spielberg? Right? Like if Price is making a movie and I call up New York City and I'm like, hey, I'm the producer for Price of Reason and he's making a movie. Can we get the Brooklyn Bridge shut? Hello? I get hung up on. If I call up and say, I'm Kathleen Kennedy, I'm producing the new Steven Spielberg movie. Can we get the Brooklyn Bridge shut down for about a day? Oh, right away, Miss Kennedy. I'll get right on that. That's how easy her job is. She literally had to never, and because that's what a producer's job is, to deal with all the bullshit troubles. You got to get everything in place. You're the person that's supposed to say to the director and everybody else involved, don't worry about it. I'm on top of it. Right? Like that's your job. Otherwise, all you do is you space around and you look at your watch because you just got to make everybody think you're running out of time and money. That's your job as a producer. And if you're not doing those things, then you're not doing anything. Guess what?
I wonder if she
Kathleen
regrets.
Kennedy wasn't doing anything.
Do you think she'd ever regret taking over Lucasfilm, that she's locked in there and it's all on her now? Because like you said, she had a cruisy life just producing for other more talented people.
Mm-hmm.
She could have retired a legend. She would have retired and everybody would have done banquets in her honor and told her she's the best.
Sad part is she didn't get to be the head of a studio instead. That was the next logical step for her. And I think what really probably bothered her more than anything is somebody like Amy Pascal was the head of a studio before she was. Because there's been a few female heads of studios, but not many. And she is one of them who has not yet, and she probably feels like she should be. So when she had the opportunity to take on Lucasfilm, I'm sure she jumped on top of that.
Mm-hmm.
But every project she's got to talk about Jedi and lightsabers.
She don't care.
And we know how fucking hard that is to talk about all the time. Like, imagine. But I mean, you know, she like one day she would have been talking about dinosaurs or gremlins or, you know, like in her past life. And then for the last decade, it's just been fucking Jedi.
Yeah, well, that's what she signed up for. I mean, look,
the money to make up for it.
I mean, we have a joke that's been going on for years on Midnight's Edge After Dark, where I have Frank Marshall come in, and it's literally just a obviously satirical version of him where he's just trying to avoid his wife. Well, now he's actually been able to do that in real life. He's been able to make movies like Twisters and the Jurassic World movies without her interference. And look at Twisters. I mean, that was a huge hit this last year.
Yeah, people like that, didn't they? I didn't.
The Jurassic movies, regardless of how bad they have been, have still just squashed the Star Wars movies.
Yeah, true.
I thought Twisters was a pretty decent movie. I didn't hate it.
I've heard so many people say that it's actually better than the first film, and I'm like, okay.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't know why.
I did not even really care. Like the first film was okay. Like it was very middle of the road, typical summer blockbuster crud.
That's
to me.
true.
Like,
the main thing I remember is the cow. That was the whole promotional thing, wasn't it?
Oh,
yeah,
wait,
the cow. Well, the part that it lost me is like, look, dude, I live in an area where there are tornadoes and shit.
Yep.
I'm sorry, you're not gonna be driving a truck like that when you got a big ass tractor flying around you. It just doesn't work like that.
That movie makes no sense. Yeah, I grew
No.
up and still live in Tornado Alley, and yeah,
Exactly. You know what I'm talking about then.
When that film came out, I lived in Oklahoma, so everybody went to see it. We're like,
Oh, you're even worse than me then.
oh,
Yeah.
please.
See, at least here I got geographical advantages. You don't have that there.
Somebody here asked us what we thought about Chris Cornell's death, and if maybe it was because of a documentary about children.
Stuff that
don't
he
know.
was doing, maybe.
Well, I mean, everybody
I didn't hear
claims
nothing
that
about that.
theoretically he was working on a. I almost feel like this is sometimes you have people just spreading a rumor that suits a narrative. People are saying that he
Right.
died while he died, he was working on a movie to expose certain
different kind of thing. Gotcha.
fiddlers on roofs. I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know.
It makes it sound like it's on Jewish people.
What'd you say?
Makes it sound like he was doing it on Jewish people.
Oh, you know what? It was
Using
not
fiddlers on the roof. I didn't know if
that
you're talking
wa-
about kiddie fiddlers or
Oh,
Jewish
yes.
people.
You know what? I
non-Jewish persuasion.
I misused. I wanted to retract what I said. I didn't mean that. I meant that it was children who like to play the fiddle.
Well, I would have started that a different way anyway, because the way you led into it was not good. Like the rest
Yes,
of it, not so bad. But like
mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. I meant not the fiddler on the roof metaphor. I meant that it was actually.
He was trying to expose some fiddlers. Got it. Got it.
Yes, yes.
He's not a fan of fiddles.
Forget about the roof. It was just the people that played fiddle were not his favorite people, supposedly, and he wanted to expose them. The thing is, I don't really know that he was exposing them, and I've heard about this rumor for years, and I don't know. Now, do I think
We're talking about Chris Cornell from Soundgarden?
Yeah. Now, his
Yeah.
death is strange. He also, he was found
Offed himself.
hanging,
Yeah.
and that's weird. And I don't know. He just got back together with Soundgarden. He didn't seem like there was any reason for him to suddenly do that, but I don't know.
I got drunk with him one night.
With Chris Cornell?
I did.
Wow. How
they played a festival here, and then I'd met up with some people at the festival, and we went to get a drink, but a lot of places were closed. I was living in St Kilda at the time in Melbourne. We had a lot of bands stay and that sort of thing. And there was a little bar at the back of a venue that was still open because it was like 3 a.m, something, and was sitting there. And this huge dude walked over and said, "Oh, do you want to come and have a drink with my friend?" And Chris Cornell was there on his own. This was just his like security guy, this massive dude. And he just invited us to have a drink with him, and we go over and he's just sitting there on his own drinking. And so, yeah, ended up sitting with him for a few hours, just drinking and talking shit.
That is such an awesome story to have. That's like,
Wasn't he kind of an emotional person though, too? That was kind of the whole thing. I mean, you get some of these guys where
did he seem like a guy that he wanted to do that thing with the,
well, you may not get that out of him when you just meet him in a bar somewhere.
I don't know. What was the impression though? Drinking with a man for a few hours, that seems like a bonding experience. What did you feel about it?
I said I've heard of this really cool thing where you get nude and hang yourself off the back of a door.
Blow your mind.
The most terrible things are being discussed on the screen.
I also
we're trying to
suggested Michael
dancing.
Hutchinson one night. It was just this weird event that I went through. We actually talked a bit about, do you remember that movie Singles that he had a big part in?
Yeah,
that
he
was
did
an
on the
important movie
soundtrack
that
and
helped
stuff,
put him
yeah.
on the
I think
map.
he did most of the music for that, if I'm not mistaken. At least all the
I
music.
can't remember a lot about the night, but it was good because it was virtually just the two of us talking, because the others sort of were just doing their own thing. And yeah, I remember we got onto that at one stage, talking about him being in that movie. Yes, but I didn't suggest him topping himself, but he was fairly quiet, and I'm not so quiet.
So he was just basically, you were
And for a
talking,
musician and a star like that, for him to be quiet, that does kind of say that, yeah, he probably is a bit of a reserved individual.
so he sat there and you talked a lot and he was just drinking?
Yeah, I would say that's probably how it went at the time. I was a lot younger then. Not like now that I'm quite reserved.
Did he
But,
seem happy that you were talking to him or no?
Well, he asked me over, and he could have left at any time. So I didn't make him stay with me, but no, we had a good time. It was good. It was interesting.
That's
But,
a great experience to have. That
yeah,
would have
yeah.
been great to have.
Some
someone
people
like
like that just can't handle all the success and pressure of it all.
It was just weird. He was on his own and very quiet, and we'd just seen Soundgarden play, and they were full on. It was at their peak, and it was just, yeah, I didn't expect to see him sitting on his own, after such a big, and it was a huge festival, like, thousands of people outdoors and that sort of thing. They headlined. It was an all day thing. So I was absolutely fucking gone because I'd been drinking, 12 hours or more, like probably way more. And, yeah, so for him to just be sitting in this bar on his own it was quite surreal. But yeah, it was good. It was one of those things, it's one of those deaths where it's just sort of like whenever I hear his name, it's like, that's some you don't care about, sort of about, but that one was just a bit weird when I heard that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's weird. He was taking medication that was antidepressant. Here's what I think happened to Chris Cornell. This is my 2 cents, and I don't know for sure. He was taking some kind of weird medication against depression, and he went on tour with Soundgarden. Now, Soundgarden, for years, he wasn't with them, but suddenly, from a situation that he's clean and living a healthy life and listening to what his wife tells him to do, suddenly he's on tour with all these badass people that he grew up with. There's probably booze there and a lot of other surprises, and maybe those things didn't go well with the prescription medication that he was taking. Now there was like a conflict of interest between all these drugs and illegal drugs and all this stuff, and then that led to his demise. That's what I think, but I don't know.
Because it's always been a bit iffy, isn't it, that whether it was an accident or on purpose, wasn't it? I don't know what the official story is.
With Chris Cornell, they're just like he was talking to his wife, and suddenly she got scared, and she told some security person to come check his room, and then the security person, instead of busting the door down, waited, and because he waited and didn't bust the door down, he died, or something like that. Very strange stuff. I don't know.
The same thing happened to Michael Hutchison, as far as I remember. A cleaner or someone from there went to check the door, and it was locked, and then didn't bother going in because someone did ask to go check on him, and they didn't bother going in and left again. And the weird part was she would have been trying to open the door he was hanging on the back of.
True.
Nude. Masturbating. Just want to paint the picture there.
Yeah.
Is that how they found him, though? Like, did it seem to line up with the theory?
I don't think he was still going when they found him. I think he was done.
I understand, but I mean, was he really just like sitting there with his equipment in his hand? Is that how they found him? I mean,
well, he did still
it
have
was me.
I
My toes would have been trying to grab my pants and slide them across the floor to just slide them back on as I was drifting off. As the darkness was taking over, just got to get these pants back on.
I'll put that in your last will and testament, then you'll make sure.
Bet you didn't see yourself talking about Michael Hutchins' strange demise today before it happened.
The weird part is I know so much about it.
Even I know some. I have surprising knowledge. I think I knew about the Men at Work guy.
And I can give you another one. The Crowded House drummer. He hung himself in a public park that was literally around the corner from my house when he did it.
Wow.
I'm starting to see a strange pattern here.
Yeah.
They all meet you for beer and then they all disappear.
Yeah.
They're close by you. Should you be a suspect in this?
Yeah. In Elwood, I was living in Elwood at the time.
Don't dream it's over
Yeah.
now.
Hey,
That
now,
one?
hey, now. That song makes you want to commit.
Yeah. But I was living in Elwood at the time, and so was he. And
He was
hung
screaming
himself
the
in
whole
the
time
park.
about it.
Another one that hung himself too. I just don't
Who?
think he was masturbating though.
Who?
The drummer from Crowded House.
Oh yeah, but yeah, they don't seem badass enough. I feel like maybe he slipped and fell. I don't know how he got killed.
He slipped and fell with a rope around his neck at the tree in the park.
It was some wacky
He was getting a frisbee
accident.
out of the tree. He was just
Some
carrying a
crazy
rope at the same
accident.
time. Slipped.
It was a
Tragic
complete accident. One of these has to be an accident, right?
Yeah.
Just
At least
one.
Oh, but you know what's weird?
Just one.
Chester Benningfield, a year after Chris Cornell died the same way as Chris Cornell. And then people were saying the same stupid thing. He and Chris Cornell together when we're going to expose the fiddlers that like to speak with children, and that's why that happened to him. But you know what? I don't know. I don't have any evidence about this documentary aside from it's kind of
I was
like a
gonna say,
rumor.
I have
that-
to see some corroborating evidence. I mean, I'm not saying that they're bad people or anything like that. I'm just saying that, like, you know,
I think it's weird that Chester Benningfield did that a year after.
I'm
Chris
more
Cornell.
apt to believe guys like that, especially after you listen to their music in hindsight. It's like, oh, why didn't we see the red flags? Like,
I like people as such big
like Kurt
fans that
Cobain, for F's sake. Like, there's a reason why I don't totally buy into the he didn't quite possibly do himself in, right? Like, I think there's a plausibility. Like, you listen to the music.
Did you see his wife? I would have shot myself in the face.
Exactly. Like, I'm not. She doesn't have to do it for him. It's like, oh
How
fuck,
did
I
he
hitched
marry?
myself to this.
How did he marry the most annoying woman in the world? I mean, he could have
She
had
was
anything.
a star fucker and a half, dude. She would jump around to whoever she could to get herself up the ladder, and
He could have
then she
had
went from
anybody.
music
What
to
did he
movies.
need this?
They got together pretty early on, didn't they?
Yeah.
No, there's no excuse for it. He was like,
Well,
all
when they
the
got
women-
married, what are you going to do? They had a kid and shit already, and then he had all the women in the world throwing himself at him probably at that point.
And apparently she was, the story was she might have been rooting Edward Norton when they were doing, what was the Hustler movie?
Oh, I'm sure she was doing everybody.
What was that movie called about the Hustler guy? That she's
That's
in?
The People versus Larry Flint.
Yes.
Which is
Right,
one of the
yeah,
few
apparently
movies
she's
she's
making
really
that.
good in. Yeah, she's all right in that, and she's all right in Man on the Moon. But I mean, she's good at playing these weird, quirky, fucked up people because she's a weird, quirky, fucked up person. Right? Like,
She did warn us about Harvey Weinstein early on, though.
kind of. Yeah, from my memory. Yeah, if you're probably right. I mean, I just don't. Another thing is a lot of people, like, I think, have misrepresentation of how big Nirvana was. Until it's like, yeah, they were big, but they weren't like big until after he did himself, right? Like, that was a thing. Because I remember this period, because I was a DJ then. And I remember this period where I tried to play Nirvana music before, and everybody would turn their nose up at me and yell at me unless it was Teen Spirit. Like, I couldn't play shit like Heart-Shaped Box or anything like that. Then after he died, then all the fucking 14-year-old girls, that's all they wanted to hear.
People also think that they were out on their own, and there was a lot of bands doing what they were doing. I mean, I was always a fan of Mudhoney, which they just copied. You know, like, they were good, but yeah, they weren't as big as everyone thinks they were at the time.
Yeah, they were kind of like with the whole punk movement.
Mother
where,
Love
you know,
Bone.
where you go back and you can find the roots, and it's definitely not them, but yeah, they were just the ones to be the biggest first. It's because I think it was Teen Spirit was the first. Was that a #1 hit? I think it was the first grunge song to be a #1 hit. If I'm not
They're the ones that broke the doors open, which is why they
Yeah.
get respect. But they really
And
weren't.
I think they
best
got more
band.
help from Weird Al than anybody, but that's just me.
I mean, I think
And to be
that
fair, their stuff's aged well. Like, I probably, listen to
It's still
stuff every now and
listenable,
then.
especially
Yeah.
as long as it's not some of the more overplayed tracks. Like, that's the thing. And that was like the thing with me when I did that, because I was like, oh, piss. I'm like, you people didn't give a shit before, right? Now you
Alice in-
do. Now you do. It's like,
Alice in Chains was a better band.
you're not probably wrong with that, as far as like I'd have to go through their stuff again. But I mean, a lot of those bands in that era, they're all right, but there's only a few of them where I'd actually take the songs and pull them out and say, well, these were great rock songs. Like, look, music's been going downhill since the 80s. And it's not just because I'm a fucking boomer. I mean, I have this legitimate idea that it was between digitaling and sampling and manipulation to where you lost a big part of what made music part
Around
of
the
us.
year 2000, I think.
Well, even before that, man. By the time you get to the 90s, almost everything's being recorded digitally, and you have enough of the tools that you can manipulate stuff. Like, I mean, then you get to a point where that song "Believe" come out with Cher. Like before that, they were using auto tune, but you just didn't know it.
It was a
Right?
relatively new plugin, and they
was
tried to do
relatively new,
something
but
different with her
exactly,
voice.
they were utilizing it in a different way, though. That's the thing, is I was getting at it. So like, even before then, things were kind of falling off, and there was this weird thing with the music going into that era.
I
And
have
a
to
lot of it
agree
was
with,
just go ahead.
Captain Have Fun mentioned Sonic Youth. I still listen to Sonic Youth.
Oh yeah, see, yeah, you had a lot of bands that were really good. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, there's so many bands now that we don't even talk about or have nearly the impact that some of the bands from the 60s, 70s, and 80s had on music overall, even the 50s in some cases. I mean, even bands like I say, like Collective Soul, I bring them up all the time because I feel like they're very underrated. And it's like some of the music they came out with at that time period was really, really good.
What do you think
And
about Candlebox?
they're not bad. They're all right. But they're another one of those kind of like, look, you have like your emo grungy shit. You have your college AC shit. You got your kind of punkish in between their shit. I mean, but then you had that era where everything just kind of went smush. Because when I went to school, the guy that I was our teacher, he ran the big rock station in town there, like the straight up rock station where they wouldn't play nothing but the harder rock shit. And he played us Lit, that song by Lit, My Own Worst Enemy, before it was ever even on the radio. Like he'd come in with a stack of CDs every week, and just to gauge our reaction to them. And he'd play them, he'd go through them, he'd play the new, like I heard Dragula like a month or two before the album came out. Shit like that.
Yeah.
But like he played Lit that one day, and we're all like, well, she's like, what do you guys think? We're like, actually, it was pretty catchy. Like, yeah, it's pretty good. And we're like, when are you gonna start playing it? He's like, we'll never play that. A month later, they were playing it because the song got so popular. But like, it's like, that's the thing. We didn't have, I don't know. It's just, yeah, just music wasn't the same anymore after that. It's all kind of just
No,
so
everything
corporate on a
is
level.
kind of less good than it used to be in a way. And
It just
that's
lost the humanity of it in a way. That's what I was trying to get to before.
True.
Just, I mean, you can listen to the Beatles now, and even as quaint as they sound compared to stuff that came afterwards, it's still like it's got more heart to it. Even in the little songs that they were throwing away songs, like they recorded in 1 or 2 fucking takes, like in an afternoon, like real quick. It's like even those have more going for them than some of the newer big. I don't give a shit about Kanye West or any of these people, and it's not just because I'm a boomer. If it was good music, I'd listen to it. I've always been somebody who was up on the latest music. But then I was listening to country music today, and I'm listening to shit going, is this country or rap?
Yeah, it's all crap now.
Yeah.
Literally.
Spock's just
Can't think of it.
mentioned Jane's Addiction. Their reunion tour didn't go as to plan.
No, I saw that video. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that
feel like
didn't go
Oasis are going to go the same route.
Oh,
Exactly.
Now they're
It's,
an example of some of the worst of that era. Oh my god.
Oasis, every time you put them together, they want to go fist fighting. How is that going to clear up now?
But they've built such a cult by splitting up, because like Blur, who were around at the same time, I think are far more interesting.
Now
and
there's a
far
good
more-
band that did not get enough credit.
Yeah,
There
Blur
you go.
is a good underrated band.
and so much more original. But because they didn't split up, they just kept going, sort of. They haven't got this hype. Where Oasis were always like a crappy Beatles cover band in a sense.
And what's his face
I know
had
they were
more
popular.
success with the Gorillas too. That doesn't help, but yeah.
Yeah. And then they've come back and they're selling out arenas everywhere, which if they'd never split up, they wouldn't be doing that these days. That's for sure.
Well, they were
So-
kind of like a musicians band when I was growing up, or like kind of like the band that all the DJs knew about, but nobody really listened to. Like the only times we'd ever get to play like a Blur song was like Girls Who Like Boys Who Are Girls, because the girls like to dance to that one and sing it. And then Woohoo did okay. Obviously, that was probably their most popular radio hit.
Yeah.
I don't
We have
remember
a
the
big
actual name.
independent radio scene in Melbourne. We've got
Yeah.
2 big stations that are independent. So we've been lucky that way with music, with the very popular radio stations. So with the bands, that sort of thing, playing whatever they want. They actually still have DJs that can just play whatever they want. So bands like that would get a lot of play in Melbourne, which was good.
Yeah, that's a problem around here, especially where I'm at, is like we used to have some fairly decent stations that would play, either alternative rock or classic rock or just rock in general, not just the mainstream pop shit. Not anymore though. They're all satellite. So you get like Alice Cooper at night and like it's the same shit everybody else has. It's lost.
Someone in the
its charm.
comments, Sander, what is it? Hammerslag? I can hardly read it from where I'm sitting. No, I'm reading the wrong one. Someone said they worked on Gorillaz.
Stephen Mack says
we need more
Really?
info, Stephen.
What do you mean you worked on Gorillaz? Yeah.
Yeah, so Oasis are really cashing in on the fact that they split up and grew this cult following that are now fighting over tickets to go see them.
Song 2, that's what it's called. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I mean, I wonder if they really are have made up in some way, or it's just ploy.
What's that?
He wants to know if they really made up or if it's just a ploy to.
Oh, to get the money, and you think?
Yeah, I feel like this is something that they decided that they want the money. There's nothing that feels sincere.
A
about
lot of
this.
these guys, they get along just fine when they're broke, and then as soon as the money starts coming in, then the old problems start showing up again. That's the thing. And then it's usually, especially if somebody has more power in the dynamic, that also doesn't help.
Plus, Liam, I don't think Liam wrote any of the songs, did he? He probably needs the money more than Noel. I think Noel wrote everything.
So he's probably
Noel wrote all the music. Liam sings it.
Yes, it's going to be interesting if they make it. They're meant to be coming out here to Australia as well as part of the tour. I think they're going everywhere, aren't they?
Who knows if they'll even make it that far? I think that after one show, they're going to just start punching each other.
I swear I'm the only person in the world who didn't like Oasis.
I'll tell you, one of them will end up nude on the back of a door, and I'll say, "Oh, I ran into him down the street."
Poor Liam.
I actually think that Oasis is a band that I appreciate more over time. When it came out, I liked some of their more known songs, but over time, I kind of
Wonderwall's okay. That's like one of the only ones. And
no, there's
Don't
a few
Look
other
Back in
songs.
Anger is okay. But the only reason I like Don't Look Back in Anger, because I heard it and I'm like, now this sounds like a song that if the Beatles were still together, that they would have written.
It's a complete
But that
ripoff, but yes.
It's because that's all they do is rip off the Beatles. Yeah, like, and that's kind of where I just kind of like whatever. And they got this. It was like the more popular they got, the less I liked them. It was just like. Then Champagne Supernova, I hated that fucking song. It was on constantly on MTV and on the radio.
But then you look at the blues stuff at the time, and it's so much more interesting.
Oh God, yes, that's what I'm saying.
It ages really well, the blues stuff.
When you got that, and God, there was who else you had? Silverchair, and you had fucking. I mean, even the earlier White Zombie stuff was pretty good back then. I mean, we never even heard shit like that at that point. I mean, then yeah, I mean, Zombie just kind of got in his groove, and he just kept making the same 5 songs over and over again. But still, it was just like. It was so creative, and then all of a sudden it just kind of went. I mean, even though as much shit as I give Oasis now, even and everything, even songs like Champagne Supernova are 10 times better than anything I've heard recently.
Yes, music now, it's weird.
The Cardigans were a lesser known band they only had like one big hit.
The Cranberries also.
Cranberries, well, they got more popular after What's Her Face died, but yeah. I know I'm horrible with names. Don't mind me.
Yeah, no, I don't remember
And
her
it's like
name.
3 in the fucking morning here.
Nobody remembers her name. I mean,
know,
it's not a mean thing.
I'm
We know that
halfway.
she's the singer of the Cranberries. We know what she sings, but I can't put a name to that phase, unfortunately.
Oh, but that album was Zombie on it and shit, man. Like their first album was I was all right. Linger and stuff like that.
I mean, Zombie is 4 chords that every 5-year-old kid can play, so I was never
But the
really
thing with it
excited.
is the first album was more like that college radio shit. When they did Zombie, it was like, oh man, what the fuck? Even I don't give a fuck if it is 4 chords. That ain't the point. It was what you do with those 4 chords, man. Some of the greatest songs in history are 3 or 4 chords. I mean,
I guess, but they're just
I'm not
annoying.
trying to pick on you or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, I
No,
don't know,
you're
man.
right, but somehow they
The
use like,
emotion that's in that song and the impact that it had on the genre at the time was like pretty big. And that's kind of their signature song to this day. Like, who fucking brings up Linger when you talk about fucking Cranberry?
I guess
Or
you're right.
Dreams. Who the fuck talks about Dreams?
It was a
or
big
some of the
song
other-
for them.
for them, yeah, the earlier shit, it's really kind of like quaint compared to what they did later. That was my point, right? Like, I mean, yeah, they were good then. They were a good pop band, but then they became a band with that album. I can't remember the name of the album, but yeah, it's been fucking just. It's
Well, I think that we've reached a
maybe
good
that means I've
point.
complained enough for you.
No, I'm getting really tired. The last few comments I
too.
made, Robot Head was like, what's this guy even talking about? And you have to
I don't know what
interpret.
I'm
So I know I'm starting to lose it.
I'm speaking drunk sleepy English for him.
I am too.
Price
want a list
has a
of how
beer
many
in him,
dead
and it's
people we've
4
talked
a.m.
about.
What'd you say?
Which one?
Professor?
Both of y'all.
No, I said Price has some beers in him, and it's 4 a.m. So
Right. I mean, I actually did drink. I think that the drinking gave me some extra time. Like it actually extended my, I functioned more somehow with the drink. But
Ready for some karaoke?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. Get the drinks in, get the music flowing, but you're only allowed to sing people that have been found dead hanging on the back of doors.
You know what? Tomorrow night, you listen. I'm gonna be singing.
Devil inside, devil inside. I can't sing the other song. That's a little too on the nose.
Not enough time.
Not that one, but I'm talking about the blonde one.
I wanna be inside you.
Make
time stop. Gonna make time stop. Something like that, right? Make time stop for the two of us. Something like that, right? That's the song.
In Excess, man. They were a band.
He had a good voice. I do.
Their live album is
like
actually
it.
semi decent. Like that's the thing. You know when they're a good band when their live stuff is good. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, everything today is just so manufactured and tested and run through filters and yeah.
I mean, these kids wouldn't know what to do with Queen. Blow their little minds. That's why I didn't bitch too much about the movie. I'm like, yeah, this movie is so historically inaccurate. The only thing it does get right is how like mind blowing it is to see them play live because they are probably, besides Pink Floyd, one of the greatest live bands of all time.
And the music they have, it's the perfect setting in the theater to sit and just on these big speakers listen to their music. It's a fun experience. I watched that movie and I believe I watched it in the theater where you could drink whiskey. So like I drank and watched the movie and I enjoyed that.
It's more of an homage, a loving love letter.
Yeah, there's nothing there that you can take away that's really, stays true to their story, but it's good enough to hear some music and hang out and have some drinks.
No, I mean, even me, somebody who's like, wait a minute, that didn't happen then. That happened before that. That happened later. That didn't happen.
Right.
Why do you have that in the 80s? Like, that's me normally, but I just finally found myself just kind of enjoying it, like you said, just kind of like a show, like more so like
the only part that really jumped out at me was that I thought that even they went already overboard was that they wanted in each scene to stick a bunch of events that happened, but there was one scene where all the events didn't connect. So on one hand they're arguing, on the other hand Deacon or whatever it is came up with the idea for the base of Another One Bites the Dust. Then their accountant is sitting in the studio right next to where the drum set is and doing like they're filing their numbers or whatever it is, taxes, I don't know what. And then while he's there, they also offer him to be their manager. So, and writing Another One Bites the Dust, which is ready in like 1 minute.
Part of that story is true.
He did not sit next to that drum set.
Oh, as far as the Bite the Dust story is technically somewhat true, but the part they didn't tell that's funny about that story is he wrote it and they were jamming to it, and I don't think it went down exactly like they have it in the movie. You're right, like they conglomerate a bunch of shit into one scene. But they went out to eat and then they came back and Deacon forgot how to fucking play it. That's part of the joke, but like, yeah, so he had to relearn himself how to play the boom 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 because he was just fucking around in the first place or whatever when he did it in the first place. And the other story that really bothered me was We Will Rock You. That's fairly similar to what happened, but it happened in the 70s, not the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And why they left out the Under Pressure and Michael Jackson stories are beyond me, because those were fun. For both different reasons. Because the Michael Jackson one, Freddie, even Michael Jackson was too weird for Freddie. Because Michael went and brought a llama to the fucking recording session. And he's like, I can't do this. Dude's got a fucking livestock animal, like livestock in here, man. Get me out of here. Because they wrote State of Shock together. But Michael ended up recording it with Mick Jagger. There is a version out there with Freddie on it, though. But
does Freddie get credit?
I believe so, yeah. And
I thought State of Shock was something he did with the Jacksons or something.
No, he did that with Mick Jagger.
He did?
And I mean, he might have been with the Jacksons at the time, but I don't know how it's credited. I got to go back and look.
Here, State of Shock, song by the Jackson 5.
Okay, well, maybe they wrote the whole thing.
Oh, and it says State of Shock, the Jacksons and Mick Jagger. So we were both right.
Yeah. I don't remember how because he was with the Jacksons at the time, but it was also after he did Thriller, I think.
But no, they didn't give Freddie Mercury credit. It's songwriter.
Maybe he didn't write it, but he did record it with them. I know that. Well, then Under Pressure is a funny story because David Bowie was all like totally blown away with what Freddie had come in and did because of the way they recorded it. Well, he didn't know Freddie was watching and listening the whole time, so he knew exactly what he was going to do. So Dave was just totally blown away by his performance, and he's just like, "That was amazing. How did you do that?" Da, 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 da. There's more to the story, but we're going to get out of here. So, yeah.
All right.
There's just a few stories I just thought they should have had in a movie. I'm like, why didn't you put that in there?
So just a few things. First of all,
the Bohemian Rhapsody one, though, they got pretty gall-darn spot on, believe it or not. Like, it's almost pretty close to what happened.
Okay, it's going to be difficult, but let me give some shout-outs. Tim Haves, Rob Nutskubla, Phantom Monk, The Great Pretender. Oh, okay, I got it. The Great Pretender. The Dead Man. Thank you for the super chats. Empress NM, Kitty Bear, SWD40, Istophobes. I love there's somebody called Istophobes. Stephen Mack. I'm going to go really quickly. Jonathan Conroy. If I miss somebody, I'm sorry. I try to do as best I can at the end. There really is a lot of people. Captain Have Fun. Joshua Calkins, Phantom Monk, Tim Hayes, Empress NM, Eraserhead.
Did you ever get an answer to what Stephen Mack did for the Gorillas? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your shout outs, but it just reminded me.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're that drunk?
He just upped that story by saying David Bowie had tea at his nan's house.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So clearly he's got some sort of connection.
We need to know more.
You're just throwing us little crumbs here, man.
I see. Yeah, Steven, to tell us the story, I guess. One Punch Man.
How many people?
The Gourd King, One Punch Man, Tolkien fan. Jonathan Conroy said, "Dude, bro, Seth 420."
Your price is just like, I'm trying to do my fucking thing here. Just do whatever. Just get it over.
Marla Sharondoff. Hey, that was nice of her. Marla Sharondoff is Tara Strong's sister.
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew that.
I definitely didn't know it because I have no idea who you're talking about.
Tara Strong, she's a voice actress. She did Didn't she do like a million voices of a lot of things?
Oh yeah, she's done so many. Did
she take over Harley at one point for Harley Quinn?
Yep.
She's considered like a really, solid voice actress with a really long resume.
Yeah, big things for her were like Powerpuff Girls, the My Little Pony Friendship is Magic.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she's done stuff in just about everything you can imagine. Teen Titans.
Urkel DeStefano. That's a name. That has nothing to do with what she did. But go on.
No, I was just saying, yeah, she's been in hundreds of projects. She's a legendary voice actress. Yeah. I was looking back through the chats here. It looks like Stephen Mack said that working with the Gorillas, said I worked with Jamie making 2D, 3D assets from his designs that were used on the first DVD, Celebrity Takedown.
Oh, wow.
So that was the answer from Stephen Mack about working
I see.
with gorillas.
Service Veritatis. I did my best. Caleb Levine. I hope I didn't miss. I'm trying to go fast. Keely Chow, viewer 342. Caleb Levine, I think I said. Dickhead 12. Okay. People have interesting names. Iron Mask Snake, Andrea Manas.
It sounds like someone's changed the speed on your record player. We're losing you.
OAW Entertainment. Okay, I tried my best. DJ Play Nice, Do Not Disturb, and I think we're good. Sander Hammerslag and Captain Have Fun, I think I said. Okay, if I missed somebody, I apologize. I really, at the end of streams, I try to do as much shout outs as I can. I probably wasn't as enthusiastic as I should have been when I gave those shout outs, but whoever got a shout out knows that I really made an effort.
Reading the chat, I think we should just have a music show every week because the chat's got as many interesting stories as we're trying to come out with. Maybe screw the movies and the pop culture. We're just going to talk about music every week.
I think this was a fun stream. I like that we talk about random stuff. That's exactly what we should be talking about.
As long as it involves, musicians hanging themselves from the back of doors.
But
with a
you know
smile
what?
on their face.
Well, we started with Bon Scott or whatever. I thought we were gonna dovetail into Mama Cass and other people who.
We never talked about
asphyxiated on
John
these
Bonham. Didn't he drink like 70 shots of tequila or something and crash into something?
I don't remember.
That's next week's show.
Yeah.
That's next week's show. We got to research.
We'll do some research. Yeah. So, but before we go, if you're watching whatever platform you're watching the stream on, you should like and share and follow.
We get too far down, we're going to be only doing it on Rumble. You know that, right?
Right. And then you should follow Professor R2. I think he has a Rumble account. And whatever platform you're on, Midnight's Edge After Dark, you can find that on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitter. And Robot Head, that's on YouTube and on Twitter, Robot Head. I mean, the dude has a lot of followers, but if you feel like it, it's always good to have more.
Yes, come and visit.
I'm like the worst salesman at 4 a.m. I'm sorry, like I have there's such bad pitches. Like I couldn't have marketed your channels worse than I did. But you know that
we might get some pity subs at least. I mean,
you know that I really my intentions were good. That's what I'm trying to say. And
so if you're out there and you're suicidal and want to be depressed, come into one of our channels because it's all darkness around here.
All I know is that you had drinks with Chris Cornell and then nobody ever saw him again.
Exactly.
That's what I learned from this.
Right
stream.
before he had drinks with the drummer from Crowded House.
Yeah.
He did like an evening with the drummer from Crowded House, like Michael Hutchins and Chris Cornell, and that was it. Those guys were done.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, thank you guys.
And then that just killed the stream, just like he did Michael Hutchins, I guess.
I'm surprised. We're still on YouTube. They didn't, it's we said so much crap here, and yet the thing is still here. Yeah.
Well, it's time we let this stream hang from the back of a door. And
oh no. Okay. All right. Well, you all have a good night, and I guess I'm going to end the stream now.
Evening, everyone. Or
Bye.
morning.